Committee Room 30. Signed. 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 Committee Room 30. Committee Room 30, signed. 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 Committee Room 30, signed.
Okay, colleagues, good morning and welcome to the meeting of the Economy Committee on the 22nd of January 2025, and remind members that this meeting is being held in public session. It will be recorded and broadcast throughout Parliament buildings. At this stage, happy to take any apologies.
None received.
None received at this stage. Padraig will maybe join us in a bit. Declarations of interest, members. Does any member have any interest they wish to declare at this stage? None. Okay, chairperson's business. Just one item members wish to raise. Members may have seen yesterday reports relating to Belfast Harbour. Substantial investment at the harbour designed to support the economic impact of cruise visitors to Northern Ireland and the development of the wind turbine technology sector. Are members content that we add to our forward work plan a visit to Belfast Harbour at some stage? Members content? Okay, thank you. Item 4 then, draft minutes. Members, at page 7 are the minutes of our meeting which took place on the 15th of January. Are members content that that's a true and accurate reflection of our deliberations?
Yep.
Content? Okay.
Yep.
Matters arising, members. Any item members wish to raise at this stage in the minutes that aren't covered later in the agenda? Not seeing any. We'll move on to item 6, departmental brief then. So this is on the postgraduate award scheme. Members of the committee will now receive a departmental brief on the feedback to the recent public consultation on postgraduate award scheme. Refer members to page 18, 28 and 53 of our packs. Colleagues, you're very welcome from the department, and at this stage I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So just a few opening remarks, if that's helpful. So good morning, obviously. Thank you for inviting us here to brief you on the outcome of the Department's consultation on the Postgraduate Award Scheme. My name is Mark Lee. I'm Director of Higher Education within the Skills and Education Group within the Department. My colleague here is June Ficini, who heads up the Higher Education Research and Knowledge Exchange branch. So back in June, we advised you that we were intending to publish a consultation and seek feedback on a number of options for the delivery of the PGA scheme, as I refer to it, going forwards, and some revisions to the terms and conditions for that scheme. The summary report and findings was published in December there, and I know you've got a copy of that. So just by way of a small amount of background, all 4 national UK higher education funding bodies provide recurring core funding for research and innovation as part of their annual block grant to the higher education institutions within their jurisdictions. In Northern Ireland, these funding streams, the main funding streams within that block are QR, Quality Related Research, and the Higher Education Innovation Fund, HIFE. Those 2 funds are non-directive, and they're focused on supporting capacity and capability within the institutions, allowing them flexibility to allocate between different priorities. National funding bodies can and do opt to top slice a percentage of some of those funds for specific priorities, and here in Northern Ireland we top slice around 30% of what's provided to the higher education institutions for this ring-fenced postgraduate award scheme, largely focused on supporting PhDs. You'll have noted from the paperwork that the core block grant funding for research in Northern Ireland has consistently been the lowest across the UK nations, and that there is a correlation between that level of core funding and the level of drawdown from the competitive funds that are available at a UK level. Perhaps relevant to note then that if the PGA scheme was provided as part of that non-directive block grant, it would bring us closer to parity with other parts of the UK. PGA scheme is obviously a long-standing initiative, though, introduced by Dell in 2002. It was really aimed at trying to reduce the deficit in the number of PhDs that were being supported between Northern Ireland and other parts of the UK. The PhDs, the PGAs that we support are distributed on a proportional basis between Queen's and UU, and it's fairly unique among the national research funding bodies across the UK. In that it's specifically targeted on PhDs, but without stipulations around the subjects that are focused on. So it's up to the institutions, the universities, to decide the split between schools and faculties. Stakeholder engagement has told us there are strong views on the importance of the scheme, but I think a really robust evidence base on the impact and value for money has been difficult to establish, as you'll have seen. So that's partly due to an incomplete understanding of demand for PhD graduates from industry, and whether the current quantum of the scheme and where it's focused is meeting or exceeding or falling short of requirements from industry, for instance. It is clear, though, that PhD graduates are critical for the advancement of research and development, but I guess some of the data shows that around 70% of PhD holders leave academia and only around half go into research-related roles. PhD training does increase employability rates and the likelihood of earning medium to high salaries, but also it's very expensive to train people through a PhD, about 15 times as much as completing a master's degree. So the written briefing provided to the committee sets out some of the feedback received from stakeholders to date, some of the potential policy implications, as well as thinking in terms of the proposed approach for the future. We're working to put in place a revised scheme for the academic year 26-27 to make sure universities are currently recruiting for the 25-26 year. So we want to make sure they have some certainty at the minute. We hope you found the written briefing helpful and look forward to your questions and comments today.
Mark, thank you very much. And if I could maybe start, I think you alluded to this already, but even the document that was provided did show that there was a lack of robust evidence base to show the impact and value for money of these. Given that the department and others have been unable to determine that value, is there any thoughts of how they may go about doing that, or are we going to make a policy decision in the dark?
No, so I think some of that will be about the information that we collect from the universities. So more tracking of individual students, where do they end up? Now that there's challenges in doing that, you're obviously reliant on the students in 2, 3, 4 years hence coming back to you with that information, but that's been a key focus of the conversation with the universities. How do we get that outcome tracking? I think the other thing is around looking at the processes we use for allocating this funding. Broadly, there's two ways to go. We can either be much less directive, we could say actually we don't have a scheme specifically about PhDs, or we have a much smaller scheme, and this goes into general quality-related research funding, which has a broad set of outcomes around it, and it's the university's judgment on whether to spend that on PhD students or other parts of the research and innovation landscape, or we go the other way and become more directive and ask for specific propositions and evidence from the universities around particular cohorts of PhDs. They may say we want to undertake a cohort of 30 PhDs looking at these subjects, and this is why it's important and how it be taken forwards. I think the one other point is probably the CAST awards that we mentioned, which I think it is much easier to prove the value for. You have an industry partner there who's committing their own time and resources, clearly wants the output, probably expects to employ the student as part of it. So I think those elements of the scheme certainly prove value for money.
And I think on the slightly more governance-heavy proposal, we would also be seeking to guide some of those proposals and ask for the linkages between other executive priorities in PFG, how they link in with city deals, and sort of the other initiatives ongoing, because I think that came quite strongly back in the consultation that people are they value the support, but would like to see much clearer linkages with other initiatives that are ongoing in the same space. So that would be quite key to bottom that out. And
the CAST, you say, has been more successful, but it's a lower percentage of the overall scheme, is that right?
20%, okay. And mainly at Queen's University as well.
They tend to rely, so the VFM is much easier to demonstrate, yes, because a lot of the time it's the research itself is a direct product, because it's linked into the industry themselves. The difficulty with scaling that up quickly is that it requires each individual academic to make those connections, so the type of a co-supervision type thing. So we just have a sort of a capacity with those academics, how many they can maintain at any one time. But yes, we're also proposing introducing more collaborative PhDs, so that isn't just particularly with industry, but that would also be with other public bodies, whereby they wouldn't necessarily have to give a contribution in terms of funding towards the PhD itself, but that they would work in a sort of a co-supervision role. And again, it would be the PhD would be focused on a sort of an identified problem for society, for the public body. So the research itself would be a clear product, as well as the trained up and graduate as well.
Finally, for me, what's the next step then? So consultation's been done, been looked at. Has the minister taken any hasn't taken any policy decisions at this stage?
Not yet, no. We're just doing some follow-up conversations with the higher education institutions in particular. So we're speaking to Queen's on Friday morning. Probably need a brief conversation with Strand Millis as well. After that, we'll be putting some advice to the minister with the options for a scheme going forward or for the use of that funding going forwards.
And when do you think that the advice will be completed and ready for submission?
Probably
under any pressure.
Yeah, next month, I'd say February. Is that? Yeah.
That's fair enough. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you, Chair. Wasn't expecting to be called so quickly. Thank you for this. We responded to the consultation and are very much in support as a party of further investment in supported PhD places. I just wanted to ask in two areas. The first is around productivity. So the Chair has already talked about how you measure the value. Has there been any discussion about having specific research commissioned around productivity of it? Because I mean that obviously aligns to the Minister's economic vision.
Yes, I mean we have only half jokingly discussed with the universities we need a PhD on PhDs.
Yeah.
So I think as we start to gather more detailed information, some of that outcome tracking from individuals, I think that will give us a much more robust basis to look at the relationship between PhDs that we fund and potentially productivity changes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of broad evidence, I think, isn't there, at a high level?
Yeah, there's
And these are already on it.
Yeah, there's general consensus and a lot of evidence in the literature that there is a strong impact on productivity, specifically for certain sectors, PhDs in certain disciplines and sectors, I think. But yes, that element of when it's demonstrated in some of the literature, they tend to focus on the productivity benefits in terms of employment rates and wage premiums and so on, which are not sort of the key benefit we're trying to get at. We're trying to get at the sort of the longer term economic capacity of more research and so on for Northern Ireland. So it's that evidence that's slightly it's limited and difficult to present.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you. And just the other point I wanted to ask. I feel like I always ask questions that are related to maternity at the moment, but in terms of flexibilities, specifically for part-time students, people with disabilities, what kind of feedback did you get in the consultation in relation to that, and kind of what's your thinking at the moment around that?
Very positive feedback on some of the changes we proposed. So the consultation proposed as well some amendments to terms and conditions to make it easier to offer part-time opportunities. Currently, we offer full-time PhDs, but then where a student comes forward and has special circumstances, we then permit them to change to part-time. So going forward, we're proposing to offer part-time from the beginning with additional supports offered for things like maternity, rights for keeping in touch days, and the more clarity around leave requirements and entitlements and so on. So there was a very strong unanimous support for the changes. And I'm also conscious that we are trying to align our terms and conditions more closely with that offered by UKRI, so that there's more sort of equality of opportunity for PhD students, because some PhD students in Northern Ireland would also apply to those, so that there would be much more equality of opportunity across cohorts in our universities as to what they're entitled to. And we're aware that UKRI are also looking at additional changes, so we will be keeping those in mind as well to make sure that we sort of maintain that equality of opportunity.
We'd hope to bring those terms and conditions changes in maybe for 25, 26.
Yeah,
That was my next question,
Yes.
when that would be. Okay, very
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Padraig.
Thank you for your presentation. I found it really useful and obviously a really interesting topic as well. I know obviously the Economy Committee were focused on the economic benefits, and like the outputs, I suppose, of people doing PhDs, but I suppose we need to focus and recognise as well that a lot of people who do PhDs go on to further academia, further research, and there's the social and I suppose the academic benefits to that, other than just the economic benefits. So I know we are going to, and to be honest, my questions are going to kind of go into those figures, but I think it's just important to recognise that from the outset. I spoke yesterday at a Queen's event to quite a few students who were either current or former PhD students. And some of them have started companies from that, but some of them are in further research as well. And we have to recognise the important element that they play as well. Just a few points for clarification, really. My first one was around the number of responses to the consultation, and then the completion rate as well, for those doing PhDs. Just like Kate, I'm kind of keen to understand what supports are put in place for people who either want to do PhDs or who are currently doing PhDs to support them through, because it's a long and quite an arduous process. So it's to ensure that they're supported throughout that journey, in terms of retention as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of those supports and flexibility for people, again, a really positive response to the things we proposed in the consultation, offering part-time PhDs rather than insisting people start full-time, more flexibility around maternity, those kind of elements. Just as Jean said, we're going to keep a close eye on changes with the UKRI funded PhDs where they come up with good ideas. We will certainly follow them. I think the other element I would mention is that some of the feedback we got was around the value of having cohorts of PhDs. Now it's more relevant for some subjects than others perhaps, but I think where there's a group of people all progressing PhDs that might be interrelated, interdisciplinary, they can come together as a group, exchange ideas, provide some support. That seems to be really positive in terms of that retention and some of the outcomes.
Yeah, they tend to offer the best outcomes when you have a cohort of PhDs, and as Mark says, they don't actually have to all be in the same discipline. It's actually quite helpful and impactful if those PhDs can be cross interdisciplinary. So it brings in some of those, even some of the social sciences into, like one example that's often used is in AI development, looking at ethics and sort of the social sciences around that. It can be really, really helpful and really inform the impact of that research to make sure that sort of the knowledge exchange element happens, which is really key to getting the productivity benefits from the research itself.
You asked about response levels to the consultation, so I would say it wasn't a large number. I think 24 in total. Yeah, I would say though. We've got the key respondents in terms of the institutions, student bodies coming back. We've worked quite hard to try and engage with industry as well, and there were a number of industry responses.
Yes, we did a number of surveys initially to try and inform some of the options. So I would say we engaged with quite a lot of R&D active industries in Northern Ireland through the industry bodies and so on. So there was quite a lot of engagement with them initially. So their feedback was obviously sort of brought into the consultation itself and into those options.
No, it's really interesting, and I know you've obviously mentioned those cohorts, and I think that's really important to avoid silo working and I suppose more joined up working. Just on those figures, would it be possible that we get that breakdown? Just for our own information, would be really useful. Really appreciate that you've given us that data. And I suppose just the last point for myself was just around the breakdown of PhD respondents, firstly, but secondly, right across the board that you're working with in terms of arts, sciences, and the other disciplines or faculties as well. It was just to get a better idea of those, and I suppose the pathways that are taken, because if you're going to look at pathways in faculties around humanities particularly, they're going to be quite different maybe from the outputs or the I suppose resultant employment, further study, academia, etc. from science or from other disciplines. So it's just to get a wee bit more information on that.
Yeah, so I think currently the department doesn't give any stipulation as to how the PhD places will be allocated. So the universities do that internally, and it's really just a sort of they do it slightly differently actually, splitting up across the graduate schools effectively. One of the universities, weighs that along with the sort of the outcomes of the REF exercise. So where the research is particularly advanced, there's potentially more PhD students in that area, but we don't stipulate anything currently across that. So there's actually a good breadth of subjects at the minute under the scheme. And I think it would be fair to say that in the responses to the stakeholder engagement and the consultation, there was a bit of concern that we would be looking to sort of impose a very narrow lens onto what we would consider to be economically relevant. And there was a bit of nervousness about you know, sort of pushing out some of those, the more humanities and social sciences, as you mentioned. But I think currently, under the scheme, about 63% of the PhDs offered would be in the department's priority areas. So not necessarily narrow STEM, but sort of broad STEM, with that sort of the remaining amount in the outside of that. But I think looking at pathways forward and, you know, where the PhDs go on to, currently that is an information gap for us. We don't have, we just have general evidence as to who goes into employment outside of academia. We don't have very crunchy information on what happens to our graduates, and even the external review that the department had commissioned wasn't able to determine a lot of really good quality evidence on that. So I think that would be something that we'd be proposing to introduce in any scheme going forward, so that we have much better tracking information as to where our PhDs go and what they're using that training for.
The consultation set out some of the subjects that are funded and the numbers. If that's helpful, we can pull that out and send it across to you if that'd be helpful.
That would be great, and thanks very much. That's been really useful, and definitely think that approach going forward is really beneficial. So thanks very much for your time.
Thanks, Patrick. Sinead?
Thank you very much for your information so far. Why has it not been considered to increase the PhD stipend?
It has gone up. It's increased year on year, so quite significantly. I think you might have the figures to hand, but and it's something we will keep under review. So broadly, we try and match the level that UKRI provide, and there has been inflationary uplifts each year.
What's it standing at?
Say again, sorry?
What is it standing at now at the minute?
What's the level of the stipend?
It's 25,800, but part of that goes towards fees. So the stipend the student receives is about 19,200.
Yeah. And is that keeping on par with
UKRI?
The UK?
Yeah.
Okay.
And actually, it's slightly less in the south. The stipend is slightly lower, but I am aware UKRI are currently looking at the level of stipend, and it's likely that it will increase and become more generous. So I think that would be a decision, obviously, for the Minister to take, but we'll be looking at trying to maintain that competitiveness, I think, to keep the best candidates.
Right, okay. And then in the papers, the department is indicating that they want to incentivise more CAST. And as you said, to Philip earlier, it's currently sitting at 20%. What do you believe should be the new target for CAST PhDs? Is that a consideration that you're given in any of the proposals?
It'll be limited by what the universities can deliver in terms of the academic, giving that sort of the quality level of supervision. So that would be, we would like to see that increase, and we would like to see more of those collaborative PhDs coming in as well.
I suspect we won't try and set a kind of target on it. I suspect it will be saying to the universities where there are CAST or collaborative PhDs, those are kind of top of the list for funding, and we suspect that kind of prioritisation within the criteria will drive changes in developments, but it's probably hard to put a number on it because it is about industry capacity and linkages and connections. It will take time to grow.
And then in relation to the higher education review, are you aware of any considerations in relation to PhDs in that review as well as this ongoing?
Higher education review of funding. So one of the gaps that's highlighted compared to England is that we don't have a loan product for PhDs here. In England, for instance, they will loan you, I think it's about £25,000 a year to study a PhD. So when we're undertaking a review of higher education funding, one of the strands of that will be around student support, and that will need to look at whether we should have a PhD loan product here as well.
It certainly probably make it more attractive. And then the other, if you could give me some of your thoughts on this, the Higher Education Innovation Fund in Northern Ireland has remained static for the past 10 years at about 3.9 million, while Scotland and Wales have risen by 55 and 43%. Why is that? Why have we remained completely static?
I think broad budget pressures, to be honest. It's been challenging with ministers and not ministers, if you mean, to maybe kind of take a strategic look at some of those elements over a longer period of time. I think it is now an absolute focus for us. It's referenced in the programme for government. If I had additional money to put anywhere across the research and innovation landscape, it would be in Hive. We've now, probably the other thing to say is actually I think we've got much clearer evidence around that now. There was an external report commissioned on Hive, which really shows that our two main universities here, Queen's and UU, do really well at knowledge exchange and the input of that, but it's in spite of the level of funding we provide rather than because of it. And we've now got that evidence around benchmarking that we can take into budget discussions and the like.
I think it's also worth saying we were able to secure additional money in this year. So we doubled the budget for Hive in this year, but again it's non-recurrent, but we are continuing to bid for that going forward. And as Mark says, we've got a lot of really good information on the return on investment, just like £8.30 for every pound invested in Hive. So, and we have a lot more good information on what our universities would do with a strategic increase as well going forward. So that will all be fed into sort of the bidding for.
It's fundamental because like innovation is the heartbeat really of our higher education institutions, and it's how people value them externally, and it's why people actually apply to go to a university because of the innovation and research and what that does then to your economy and how you can kind of knit industry and academia together. It's around innovation, so it's really disheartening. There's just been no movement on that dial for 10 years. Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Sinead. David?
I was going to ask along the lines of Sinead there, but it takes some. We had the same kind of last week with consultations from the department. Can I say? There's 24 responses back. Why is the department, is there an issue with consultations from the department? Because it's not, I don't mean just yourselves, but this is every time we have something in from the Department of Economy, the consultations is really low, it's very vague, so how do we make it, how do you sort of shape policy if there's nothing coming back?
It's a very broad question, so I guess certainly in this instance, it's quite a specialist area. I guess general members of the public might not have strong views on the kind of ins and outs of mechanisms for research and innovation funding in universities. But no, look, we took steps to try and drum up some interest in it. I know every conference that June was at, she was speaking to people and encouraging them to make returns. So it's certainly higher than it could have been actually. But if there are any ideas in terms of how we could drum up more interest, absolutely happy to do that. I don't think we've missed any key voices, I would say.
Yeah. Like just to say as well, there were institutional responses as well, so they all sort of fed into one joint response, and the same with industry bodies. They tend to respond as a body. So there's a lot of
talk us through that, because that's the bit that kind of concerns me with all this. We talk about the educational bit. I understand that, and here I'm totally supportive of trying to, as Kate said, to try and increase more, but we want to see more for growth in our economy, so we want to see better productivity and more coming through that way. So if you've got three groups, you've got the students, you've got the universities, and then you've got industry, what was the consultation with, or what was the communication there with industry?
Yeah, well, as part of the external review, they actually ran two separate surveys with industry, those who had been involved in the scheme to date and those who had maybe had CAS PhDs, and then wider RDI active businesses in Northern Ireland. So they actually got quite a low response rate, in fact too low to be useful from their surveys. So actually what we did then when we got that back, it wasn't actually that useful, so we actually simplified and made a much simpler survey and asked the industry, what is it that you need, what is it that you see going forward. I would say that the individual businesses and industry organisations who came back were quite focused on the short and medium term of what they needed, whereas the industry bodies who responded to us sort of counselled us to look more into the future, so future-proof any kind of investment that we put in rather than just responding to a specific need right now. And then, so we held a number of workshops with the industry body leaders as well, and sort of explained a lot of the different aspects of the options, and that was all filtered into the consultation as well. And then, as I said, as Mark said, presented a number of conferences encouraging industry bodies to come back and give us.
You talk about industry bodies. Who are you talking about?
Software Alliance, Makers Alliance, Hirani, those
renewables in there. Or?
Software Alliance.
Yeah, the Software Alliance. I'd need to go back and check. We basically went to colleagues in the department who would lead on that kind of industry engagement, and Invest in I, and said, please disseminate to key bodies.
So we've got the Minister's priorities. Are those industries aligned to what the Minister's priorities are? So green technology, for example, green, a green economy, was that included in or were they engaged within the consultation?
We need to go back and check what went out specifically to that sector.
Well, we would have gone through the cluster plan leads as well. So the cluster plan leads in the department who would be over the priority clusters, that they issued all the material out on the consultation and the workshops as well. So
yes, it's
so it's fine. So you said a second ago, specific co-hosts of PhDs to look at particular subjects is what you. So from what you've said there hasn't been a massive engagement with in this specific industry. So how do you choose those particular subjects? If the economy sitting outside or separate to this or the real world of business and work, you can talk us through how I can't get my head around how you go from inspiring people, and I'm totally supportive of this, but how you get from inspiring people and putting them in PhDs to getting through to actually developing something that is useful or going forward in the economy.
So I think we would set some criteria at our level which will reflect the key sectors that are set out in the sectoral action plans, for instance. So broad criteria, we're particularly focused on these areas and these kind of key topics. Provide that to the universities. They will work through their academics or academic networks. You will find there will be a computer science academic who's got really good links to X, Y, and Z company. They want to do some research on, say, AI, which is always the example we use. They would bring forward a proposal. We would look at that in terms of the sector plan for that area. Does it align with? Does it fit with the criteria that we've proposed? So it does rely on the universities having those connections to industry. Us setting some broad frameworks around, the areas we would be keen to see PhDs coming forward within.
So it still seems very not economy driven. If that's, I don't know how to describe it, but if I have a company in any of our constituencies, and they have got an area of interest they want to, so there's one way as the students got an interest and they're going to get that, but there's another way of what the business and the economy needs. Yeah. So if they're looking at, is there, how do they feed back? How does it feed backwards rather than always coming from the university forward?
We would be proposing to work with the colleagues in the Economic Priorities Division in the department and those cluster leads. So they'll be over those specific priority clusters for the economy. So that'll be set by what the economy needs. And then we'll be asking them to sort of feed in to any kind of proposal or sort of guidance of the university's proposals on an annual basis for the intake of that year would be something we're proposing, so that we can actually be agile and change the offer on a yearly basis for that PhD. But I think you're right, we really need to have that input coming in from all of those priority sectors and industry bodies. What is it that is needed? And then that will be going out to the universities to say, give us the proposals, do we have these connections? And then...
Thank you.
The point that maybe David was articulating was that, the breakdown that you provided shows that the fund of the PhDs done at both Queen's and at both Ulster University, at least half of them are done in non-priority areas for both the department and business and the economy. And listen, it's important that we offer young people the opportunity to, or any age rather, the opportunity to study things that they're interested in. But ultimately this is the budget for the department for the economy, and this needs to be about upskilling and ensuring that this feeds through to a pipeline of skills development and supporting the minister's 4 pillars of growth. And I know that a lot of this is obviously going to be a political decision, but it's just trying to see how we make that more collaborative, to say the focus from the minister's priority areas are going to be what drives where this funded and how it goes. Diana?
Thanks for that. Thank you, Mark and June for coming this morning. Yes, it's been a really fascinating conversation, and you mentioned earlier, I was just picking up on a few points that David had made. Even you mentioned also the need to incentivise postgraduates to undertake research, to become research fellows. Have you any demonstrable data on outcomes for them, the satisfaction of their role in delivering research, that it has outcomes? I mean, that is a long process. Have you any research on that can show, the process, why research, is rewarding for that particular cohort? And the other question really is, and Philip, the chair, referenced there the non-priority areas. Is that why Northern Ireland receives less funding? There seems to be more than half of the research at the University of Ulster is focused in non-priority areas. And what really are those non-priority areas? Thank you.
I think on the first point about the outcomes, no, we do not have good quality information on the graduates from the postgraduate award scheme, and even as I mentioned earlier, even the external review was unable to determine a lot of that. So that's something that we will really need to correct going forward to make sure we have those useful outcome information going forward. We have broad information on PhD graduates across the UK, how they go on, which shows very strong employability and wage premium information and all of that kind of thing. But on the specific satisfaction rates and so on, no, we don't have any good quality information.
No, I mean, both of our universities participate in the National Student Survey. I'd need to look and check whether that covered PhDs as well. But I guess as a general reassurance, both of the main universities here, Queen's and Ulster, do well in terms of student satisfaction overall. But yes, I don't think we've got a breakdown specifically focused on PhD students in particular.
In terms then of the sort of the non-priority areas point, the fact that the PhDs are split across the graduate schools means that just because of the number of the structural split in the university, it appears that more PhDs go to those other sectoral areas. But 62% of the PhDs under our scheme would be in those priority areas, so those sort of broad STEM. The other areas would be things like humanities would be in sort of that would sit outside of that, so the arts and humanities and so on. I think the reasoning for the non-directive nature of the scheme initially was on the basis that PhDs contributing to the knowledge economy. And trying not to specifically require that those happen in certain sectors or certain disciplines, and the belief that the advancement of the research across the board would contribute to that knowledge economy, and sort of the growth across the economy.
I do think, thank you, June. I do think, obviously, my view is humanities and all of those feed into health and social care, for our population. So I think that is important, not that they're not diminished in any way, but thank you for your responses. Thanks.
Thank you. If I could just pick up two final questions. So last week on the consultation, or on the feedback to the Minister's Good Jobs Bill, we had representatives from industry here, and they said one of the issues they would like to see included in that bill was a greater focus on staff development and supporting those staff that they already have. And I was just wondering, was there any thoughts given to how these proposed changes might interlink with that bill to try and it's not my job to tell the Minister how to do his bill to get broader support for it, but it might be an opportunity for to allay some of the concerns that business have, that the focus within this bill would be that how this funding could be used to support staff development and future training of workforce within companies already.
Some of the changes and areas of focus we're looking at will do that. So for instance, part-time provision will allow people to undertake a PhD while working, which should be positive for those current employment of those companies. I think the focus on CAST and collaborative awards, again, will allow those companies to have people in their employment who are developing, undertaking a PhD, growing, being invested in both by the company, and it's a significant undertaking for them to take on someone who's a PhD. They're input and oversight is key, but also having government money and university money going in as well. So I think both of those elements should impact positively on that issue, I'd say.
And you just may want to have a discussion with those drafting that bill that you try and collaborate on that. In relation to, do we have a current budget breakdown in terms of the postgraduate award scheme across the institutions?
Yes, you've got it to hand. So it's 19 million-ish overall, of which
12.3 goes to Queen's and 6.62. It's split on the basis of the QR, so of the outcome of the ref. Yeah.
And there's no plans in the current consultation to change the mechanism by which that's split.
Because the options, what we're proposing, or what we proposed in the consultation, was to consider the sort of the full quantum of support as R&I funding. We would want to, any sort of underspend in a particular university, we wouldn't want to then withdraw funding. So the proposal would be to allocate it as that on non-directive, the QR HIFE. So in that respect, it makes sense to maintain the same proportional split for the QR.
No change.
In the longer term, you could move to a purely competitive process, but I think, we'll see what Queen's say on Friday. But I don't think there's much appetite for moving away from the split.
And I don't think there's much appetite from the institutions either, but I don't know whether the political direction may be to support the growth of particular campuses or particular institutions. The Minister might use this as an opportunity to say this is where the way the funding may go, but from your perspective as officials, that's not on the table at the minute.
I don't think, in terms of the feedback we've had to the consultation and discussions with stakeholders, it's not something anyone has suggested they would favour.
No, but there is the opportunity if we're giving more direction to the proposals coming from universities, that we could say we're looking for a more regional balanced approach, or and that while that would be advantageous, for example, to University of Ulster with the other campus, it would give Queen's the opportunity to do more collaborative PhDs in sort of with the councils, for example, which I know 2 just were advertised there the other day. So set in Fermanagh Council, 2 PhDs under the scheme. We can bring that regional balance element in.
Thank you very much indeed. I appreciate that, and no doubt whenever political or policy decisions are taken by the Minister, we'll look forward to welcoming you back then. Okay, thank you very much indeed.
Do you want me to summarise this?
So, Chairperson, is the committee content to write to the department? I think we're seeking further information on the breakdown on respondents. Just in terms of the breakdown of who's doing what PhD, that's at page 23 and 24 of your pack, so that was, we have that. So is the committee content, sort of sensing where members are on this, that is the committee content to write to the department indicating that they wish to see the scheme supporting the priority areas for the development of the economy, that they welcome the alignment with industry in terms of the PGA scheme, the specifying of outputs, the greater participation for part-time studentships, so thus allowing people with carrying responsibilities to undertake PhDs. You welcome all of that, and you're also supportive of the an increase in the Higher Education Innovation Fund, as is apparently was indicated in the Programme for Government, which you didn't notice. So, do members content with that approach?
Chair, again, it seems to be a very brief in the beginning. There is gaps in the data and the evidence to kind of support the proposals that they've already put out for consultation, and they've admitted to that within their evidence. Is there any way we can explore that?
We couldn't hear Ms McLaughlin, sorry.
Sorry, no. They've indicated that there's gaps in data and evidence in order to support some areas of their proposal. It's just, can we maybe ask for more information in how they are trying to obtain that data and obtain that evidence that will inform them going forward? I think there's just gaps in data right round here everywhere.
Seems to be every consultation from the department is...
And the gaps are quite significant because They're saying they don't have a data of where the PhD students end up and how they're contributing in the workforce. And I mean, that's fundamental to know what works and what doesn't work.
No, I think that's important, and this isn't a party political point, but this is, on this issue alone, £18 million of public spending each year, and if we're using it on something that we don't know what value it adds, if any, it's very difficult to agree to policy changes without that evidence, so I think that's useful.
Is that agreed, Chairperson?
Agreed, yeah, absolutely.
Fab. Our witnesses aren't quite here yet, so
Yeah,
we'll leap ahead to number 8.
Okay, members, we'll pause number 7 for now. Number 8 is delegated legislation, draft companies regulation, and refer members to page 220 of their pack. The Department intends to lay a statutory rule. The draft companies disqualification orders amendment regulations Northern Ireland. Members, this rule is subject to a negative resolution procedure. The Department advises that under the Westminster Finance Act 2024, revenue and custom officers can apply to the courts for the disqualifications of persons who are or have been directors of companies who have been carrying on businesses as promoters of tax avoidance schemes. Disqualifications can be by order made through the High Court or by an undertaking given to an officer of Revenue and Customs. The form used by the Clerk of the Court to advise the Department of disqualification orders/undertakings are prescribed in this legislation. The proposed regulations will replace those forms with substitutes which can be used where the disqualifications have been made under the Westminster Finance Act 2024. The proposed regulations also amend the Department's obligations to maintain a statutory register of disqualification orders or undertakings in order to include disqualification order or undertakings which have been made under that Act. Do members have any questions about this at this stage? Obviously, we received evidence on this previously and there was no objection.
No, this is the first time we've seen this
This is
one.
the first time
Chairperson.
we've seen this?
First time
Okay.
we've seen this then.
Okay. Well then, at this stage, members, if we have no questions, are we content that the Department makes the proposed rule?
Yeah.
Great, okay.
Maybe just do correspondence if members are content, because we
Yeah.
don't have witnesses yet.
Okay, let's go to correspondence at item 9, members, and that starts at page 225. So item 2 is at page 227. Members are asked to consider information from the Department on variation in student loan interest rates. The Department has clarified that changes in interest rate have no impact on the amount an individual pays each month. This will be 9% of their income above the repayment threshold, which, as members will recall, is at 24,990 until the loan is paid in full or for the 25-year period. The Department also advises on the terms and conditions information provided to prospective students and provides commentary on student loan calculations.
Sure.
Jonathan?
Yeah, just I omitted to do this at the start of proceedings, but could I just declare an interest as somebody that is in receipt of student loan? Thanks.
Here we go.
Me too.
Me too. Next month's my last payment.
Oh.
So
I'm very
happy days.
Parks, me too.
And Patrick, and
Same here. I'm sure you have a lot more hands going up, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay, on this information, are members happy that we pause consideration just to we take the next items, because I know Mr. Delargy had raised an important number of important issues on this, which we can bear out at the next stage. So item 3, members are asked to consider correspondence from the Student Loans Company, which clarifies that it does not set student finance policy nor repayment terms. Instead, it administers student funding and repayments in line with the legislative framework set by the Department. The Student Loan Company indicates that by design customers will over-repay, but the scale of over-repayments will depend on the timings of the employer pay dates, timescales of the employee applying to stop notice, and the accuracy of the information. Members are asked at this stage then with item 4 as well to consider correspondence from NUS-USI, which reports that in 2021-22 over 3,000 graduates in Northern Ireland overpaid their student loan with an average over repayment of £471. Is the committee... Patrick, I'll bring you in on this because you had obviously raised important issues on this previously. Were you seeking a briefing from the Student Loans Company on this, Patrick, or did I interpret that incorrectly?
No, that's correct, Chair. I think it would be useful. We all know it's a really broad issue, but I think the key point is firstly what information is being given to students. I mean, given a however many page document to an 18-year-old who's trying to get ready to go to university, trying to do a million other things, does not tick any boxes in terms of actually properly providing somebody with the information. So I think if we can get them in, get that bit more information, and even around those specific points, I think that would be really useful, that it's very, very targeted session, just around those specifics.
Okay, are members content with that? Okay.
So, Chair, we would invite the student-owned company and the department as well. It's just in case the student-owned company were to say,
We don't set
oh, that's
policy.
not us, it's policy, and the department says, oh, that's not us, that's administration. So if you have the yes minister thing where we have the two together, right, fab,
Yeah.
thanks. That's great.
Okay. Item 5 then, members are asked to note a departmental response clarifying the updated explanatory memorandum had already been provided to the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee. The department advises on the likelihood of UKG establishing similar hazard classes into the GB classification, labelling and packaging of chemicals regulations subject to consensus at the UN globally harmonised system. Members content to note at this stage. Okay, item 6. Members are asked to consider a departmental response to committee queries declining to provide information of provider performance compared to KPIs for the Disability Support Service, but indicating that they might provide that in closed session because there's, in their view, a tender ongoing which might undermine the current commercially sensitive process. Is the committee content to write again and ask the department to comment in general terms on the performance of the support services provided to date if they won't give us the KPIs at this stage?
Is it worth having them in? Is it worth?
In members' hands?
So this is about skills for life and work. Lots of students do it. A good percentage of them have disability needs. The department then provides, lets this service, this disability support service for those students. Question, how well have those providers done their job? That is the question. The department is indicating, well, because they're letting the contract again, they don't want to tell the committee, or they don't want to tell them in public, but they will, indicating that they will tell in close. So are you concerned about this? Do you want a closed session? Bearing in mind, if they, let's say they told you something in closed session that you went, wow, that's amazing, what would you do then? Would be your dilemma. But again, you would not be bound to keep it closed. You absolutely wouldn't, because I've given no undertakings. Absolutely not. I never do. So it would be on members to decide what to do with that information if they got it. So, sorry, Chair. In brief, 1, are you interested? Is this a big deal? 2, you could wait until the contract is let, etc. Or you could get them up, as has been suggested, in closed and find out, see what they say. Or we could write to them again and ask for more general information and see what they do with that. Again, sorry, Chair, in the members' hands now.
So, given the important nature of the work, the funding associated with it, but also given the fact that this is used to support the most vulnerable in our society, and there's a contract about to go out to procurement again, I assume that we want to ensure that there's the best value for money and best support services in place. So maybe an idea that we do is have a closed session, but totally in members' hands.
Yeah, I think that's best.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Excellent. Thanks, members.
Okay, we then move to item 7, members. Members are asked to know correspondence from the Consumer Council on the GPS regulations, indicating that it has no remit in relation to product safety. Are members content to note at this stage? Okay, thank you. Item 8, members are asked to note the 29th report of the Examiner of Statutory Rules. The SR refers to SR 24197, Industrial Tribunals and Fair Employment Tribunal, Constitution and Rules of Procedure Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2024, but had no comment to make on the rule. Are members content at this stage to note? Thank you. Item 9, members are asked to note the revision of the Sony Winter Outlook for 24-25 following Storm Dara. Members content to note at this stage?
Yeah.
Item 10, that was just the invitation to yesterday's Queen's event. Members content to note? Thank you. Item 11, members are asked to consider the following restricted correspondence from a... was this an open session?
We're okay.
Okay. Members are asked to consider the following restricted correspondence from a concerned individual, which includes sensitive personal information. The email is to the committee and others regarding employment tribunals, also including an FOI to the department and complaint to the president of the employment tribunals. The individual included supporting papers, which the committee has received before, and these have been included as they are, or they have not been included as they're quite lengthy. Is the
Kate wants to go?
Yep, Kate.
Chair, I've actually been in touch with the individual. I won't go into any detail, obviously, of what's contained because it's restricted, but this was off the back of Les and Nuala Turman being coming into the committee to talk about the experience of the employment tribunal system. And I think that there are two questions that have been raised in both that presentation and the correspondence that may be worthwhile the committee writing to the department to seek clarity on. And the first is what support the department put in place for personal litigants within the system, especially those who maybe are experiencing difficulties and challenges. And then the second issue that's been raised is what engagement is done to co-design policies and services with people who are impacted by it. And I think if we could get an answer from the department, that would probably help.
Chairperson?
Is that great?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Are our guests here?
They are here, yeah. Would you like to take a break?
Yeah, let's take a short break, members, and then we'll let them get settled and then we'll start. So if we go into
Committee Room 30, Sound. 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 Committee Room 30, sound.
Colleagues, we've now resumed in open session, and I'm delighted to welcome our friends and colleagues from the Northwest Strategic Growth Partnership and the Northwest Booster Regional Assembly on Regional Balance. Gentlemen, I'm very delighted to have you here. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Thank you for travelling such a distance to be with us today. We really appreciate it. And if I hand over to you to introduce yourselves and then make some opening remarks, and then I know the committee will be keen to have a conversation and discuss collaboration working going forward if possible.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm going to kick off on behalf of the delegation and kind of hand over to the partner to give that introduction and background to why we're here. But I'll say thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I suppose the purpose of our partnership and what we sit in the Strategic Growth Partnership in the Northwest, it is unique. It is something we're very, very proud of as two councils. It's the only cross-jurisdictional formal arrangement between two councils that we can find anywhere in Europe. And it's essential in our area, and hopefully some of the evidence, you will have seen that, and some of the questions and so on as we go away through it, you'll see why we feel that this is so important to our region. We work in a number of areas where we clearly have different remits as two councils, so there are things that Donegal colleagues are responsible for, and there are things that I'm responsible for in Derry City Strabane Council that are different. But where we have commonality and where we have areas of common interest, we work very closely together. So we work across three pillars. We work across economy, we work across social, and we work across the health side. And we look at areas that make a difference to our citizens. We're a very blended region. We're not a travel to work per se, where people are going and coming and doing things in each region. We have a region where people travel across the border every single day for work and pleasure. So therefore we recognise that, for instance, if you take any employer that we talk to, 30% of their employees will come from either side of the border, so depending on where they're situated, and that makes it a very blended region. That means we have to govern and we have to do things on a blended way. And that's just a statement of fact as opposed to any sort of political statement. So we have been working as a cross-jurisdictional Northwest Strategic Growth Partnership since approximately 2016. We've been supported by both the Irish Government and by the Regional Assembly to the tune of approximately €6.5 million over the last X number of years. That has allowed us to seed fund various things, particularly in the economic side. We have worked to sell the region as one region. That we have worked to pull skills together in terms of how we work with the ATU, University of Ulster, Northwest Regional College and the ETB in Donegal, to make sure that our kids have opportunities to develop their skills right across the regions, and where possible they don't have to leave. That's really, really important to us, because that skills deficit is the single biggest issue that we have had, certainly within Derry City and Strabane District Council, and there have been a number of movements in that. So the challenges that we sat down to look at, obviously regional balance is very important to us, and how we work on that and how we make interventions that do that. The economic decline, that is clear to see with our loss of skills, we had to do interventions and we had to work closely on that. And then that underinvestment in road, rail and air is clearly important to us, and how we get people to and from our region. So those sort of areas became very important as we worked our way through that first iteration of our plan. I'm maybe going to pass across to my colleagues from Donegal to give a Donegal perspective, and then the Regional Assembly, and then we can take it from there.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Yep. My name is John McLaughlin, Chief Executive Donegal County Council. And first, just a big thank you for inviting us, and it's a privilege for us to come up from Donegal here to Stormont for this committee. Even though I've been here, I think we were chatting earlier, I've been here 5 or 6 times before for different purposes over the years. So we have somewhat of a familiarity and a path, and that's good for us in terms of the relationship between both locations. I won't repeat what Stephen tried to add, what Stephen said, but we're about 10 years on a formalised basis on the growth partnership. If you look back before that, there was a relationship for a long, long time between the two areas. It mightn't have been written down somewhere, but there was always that cross-border travel and work and families and marriage and all those things and visits. So we're here to serve the public. Public already done that, so we're trying to build that and take it to the next step. And we look at we're in the wrong indicators for a lot of indicators in terms of deprivation and money and growth and jobs and all that and education. So we feel that both a privilege and a responsibility to try and correct that while we're here and make a change that affects future generations. And we look at the region as the region operates. So it just happens with it crosses the border there because the hinterland allows for that, and from schools and so on. And the partnership worked very well for the last almost 10 years. Mm-hmm. But now I think we're at a point now we need to move it to the next level, mm-hmm. to bring outcomes and results, over the next period, and what that does collectively for everyone. And it's not about targeting any particular one; it's about lifting the entire region, both across the border. Can we gradually lift it? And a huge focus, as Stephen said, with the education and the skills, and that starts, from the early education all the way through, and then increased skill sets and all that. And then what we need in parallel that is jobs that use those people who are educated and that get employed within the region. No good, and Donegal in particular would have exported a lot of people for education who never came back. And then they grew somewhere else, whether in different countries or in Dublin or whatever, over the years, and that was a benefit for them. So we're looking to try to reverse some of that, and we believe that's part of the need for the universities in the region. We were fortunate Letterkenny got converted to a university a couple of years ago, and that helps us. And they've been working hugely in partnership with McGee and the other third level education institutes across the border, and that'll help. But then that on its own is not enough on its own. You need the follow-on supports that get businesses and the economy and enterprise alongside that. We're also strong in the health, because health knows no boundaries as well, that we cross there and you try to do the best for the people in the region. And we have, depending on where you draw the lines, 3 people. It's quite a given the all-island population, it's quite a group. And we look at in the Republic, the counterbalance of Dublin, where does it come from? There's a big push Cork to Limerick, you can see that. But worse in the northwest could also be that, as well, in terms of get it developed and the supporting infrastructure and the things we need that actually, it doesn't happen overnight, but put in place the enabling infrastructure and the supports that we actually lift it for all citizens and become a net contributor to the economy on an all-island basis. And in particular, I'll just use one as an example where you get Gary, maybe, and the roads access to the northwest. We look at the whole island and the motorway system, northwest left out. And that mirrors all the infrastructure, which rail, gas, electricity, all those. There's a gap there. So that needs to be corrected. Mm-hmm. And that's a beginning. If you look at other countries around the world that develop, the basic infrastructure sets you up The rest will follow, so providing you put the supports and interventions in that bring that, and then you hold the people in the area and your population grows and you become the net contributor. And that's our goal. And Gary will pick up, I won't go through all this stuff, just again, thanks. It's a huge honour for us to come here, and thanks for setting it up. And we'll come back and onto the Q&A.
Thank you, and thanks, members. And again, just to thank you again for the invite. As John said, it's an honour to be up here today and presenting to you. My name is Gary Martin. I'm Director for Economic Development, Emergency Services and Information Systems in Donegal County Council. The theme of regional balance is very important. Where I live in South Donegal and Donegal Town, we have an interface with our neighbours across the border in County Fermanagh. And I see Ms Armstrong here today. We would have worked with her in the past in Fermanagh and Omagh Council. And I'm mindful that our interface and the need to develop regional balance is equally important along that entire border corridor, you know, Derry, counties of Derry, Tyrone and Fermanagh. And you'll see as part of the pack what we presented today are visual maps of the region, and I suppose the lack of enabling infrastructure that exists in the western region of Northern Ireland and in our county, and indeed further south as well. And clearly there are historical reasons as to why that is the case and not elsewhere on the island of Ireland. And it's really important, as John has said, that a journey be commenced to redress that. There is a reason why we have the lowest disposable income on the island of Ireland in our region. There is a reason as to why we have the highest levels of deprivation. It's not that people don't want to work hard or don't want to actually engage as best as they can. It's that the system is effectively gamed against them simply because the lack of jobs that allow them to progress in life haven't been there. And back to the point about the importance of education has been an enabler of all of that. It's a critical enabler alongside the other areas of connectivity and the areas, I suppose, of putting in place the other enabling infrastructure that we need to give confidence to build to businesses to invest in our part of the world as well. We've worked very closely with our colleagues on a cross-border basis for many years, and I think our view certainly in Donegal has been for years that jobs across the border are equally as important as jobs in our jurisdiction because of the cross-border nature of people travelling back and forth. We've all done it over the years. So it's critically important, I suppose, to recognise that we have common challenges, but more importantly, common opportunities to really develop our part of the island of Ireland. If we can get, I suppose, a lockstep arrangement between the governments and Belfast and in Dublin to work collectively to, I suppose, address the theme of what we have here today, the regional imbalance that currently presents. I'll pass you over now to my colleague Dennis Kelly.
Yeah, and good morning, and thank you very much on behalf of the Northern Western Regional Assembly for the invitation this morning. I suppose we in the Northern Western Regional Assembly are responsible for what would be known as the Connacht and the three counties of Ulster in the Republic. So we extend from Monaghan right round to Galway. And I suppose we see ourselves as doing three things effectively. We want to just encapsulate what the Northern Western Regional Assembly does. We are looking about creating better places through improved policy, and that is through influencing the national planning framework. And we are responsible for developing a regional, spatial and economic strategy. So it's quite unique in that it's bringing economic and planning together. And then we have a role also in ensuring the policies at a local level are consistent with our policies. We also look at competitiveness of the region, and in that we're trying to optimise the funding instruments as best we can, whether that would be from a European perspective or whether it would be from the National Exchequer. And particularly important is we see collaboration as being a key action of the Northern Western Regional Assembly, and that is to act as a platform for collaboration of different bodies and different interests. And in our spatial strategy, if you take a look at it, we actually acknowledge that we have a responsibility for our functional or administrative boundary, but we do talk about people and community, and therefore they go beyond the administrative boundaries in our region. So we will deal with all the normal infrastructural issues in the regional spatial and economic strategy. But what I would like to do is to give John Daly, our economist, maybe an opportunity to give you a little bit of detail from particularly the economic perspective, which I think is a particular focus of this committee as well. So John.
Morning all, and thank you Chair, and also thank you members for the opportunity to speak here today. I suppose specifically the National Planning Framework and the Regional, Spatial and Economic Strategy of the Northern Western Region, which Dennis touched on, effectively aims to build up urban centres of scale across the region, essentially as a means of providing a critical counterbalance to the Greater Dublin area, with our specific focus being on developing the Galway City metropolitan area, Sligo Town, Athlone, as well as obviously the Northwest City region, obviously with Letterkenny, Derry City and Strabane. Now, notwithstanding the publications of the statutory policy frameworks in the Republic of Ireland, it is clear, based on ongoing monitoring from the Assembly, that the regional inequalities in the Republic of Ireland have continued to rise over the past number of years, with underdevelopment within the northern western region, with also overdevelopment in the eastern Midland region, which is effectively the Greater Dublin area. Now, this divergence in growth is particularly evident from the publication of Census 2022 data, which effectively, amongst other things, show that population growth continues to be overly concentrated in the eastern Midland region. And as a result of these trends, we're seeing that the eastern Midland region's share of the Republic of Ireland's population has been progressively rising over the past 3 decades or so, whereas in conjunction with this, the northern western region's share has been progressively falling. Now, there's, amongst other a wide range of factors. I suppose there's 2 specific factors that are really driving these regional inequalities in the Republic of Ireland. Firstly, the northern western region infrastructure is the scale of infrastructure deficits is very much undermining the ability of the region to attract investment, jobs and talent. This is particularly evident from the European Commission's designation of the region's transport infrastructure as being in the bottom 20 NUTS 2 regions in the EU 27. The second key factor that explains these trends is down to the fact that the northern western region basically suffers from a lack of urban centres of scale, which are, as economists refer to as a lack of agglomeration economies, with the OECD noting that these agglomeration benefits are central to reducing regional disparities in member states. Now, these trends are actually consistent with what we're seeing across OECD member states over the past 2 decades, with a number of trends really emerging. The first obvious one is that metropolitan regions across the OECD are very much outpacing in terms of growth more rural orientated regions due to the agglomeration benefits that I spoke of. Secondly, infrastructure deficits and public service gaps across OECD member states in their rural orientated regions are undermining their ability to deliver significant economic development in line with metropolitan regions. And thirdly, what the OECD has found is that large and persistent regional inequalities can not just undermine national development in terms of economic development, but also in terms of social cohesion as well, in terms of rural orientated regions, but also it needlessly contributes to cost inflation in metropolitan regions. Now, the OECD has recommended a number of recommendations in its latest regional outlook. Firstly, it encourages member states to focus on rural regions' productivity levels, its skills opportunities, and also high valued employment as a means of breaking this cycle. Secondly, it aims to encourage member states to address the infrastructure deficits in question as a means of accommodating future or more robust economic growth within these rural regions. And lastly, it aims to encourage, I suppose, greater regional autonomy, greater responsibilities and greater capacities in terms of regional and local bodies, allowing them to develop their own policies and then implement those policies accordingly. So just to conclude my statement, it's clear from OECD member states' experiences that it is possible to simultaneously support national economic development while at the same time reducing regional inequalities internally. I'm just going to pass over to Stephen now to conclude.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. And so, as you see, there's quite a consistent, clear message from the group and what we're trying to achieve. I mean, what you've got here is a very committed partnership to work across the region for the benefit of everybody. We have a number of significant opportunities in the region. Clearly, the City deal and what it does for Derry City and Strabane District Council is offering a clear opportunity for how we develop the region over the next coming years. And we have a talk with our colleagues in Donegal and the Irish Government about how that supporting investment can make sure the region grows rather than just one part of the region as well. The task force that was set up for the University of Ulster expansion is very welcome, and their interim report is we've been heavily involved in, and as a council we're very, very supportive and very thankful of the Department for Economy for setting it up and the drive that has come behind it, because that drive for skills for us is the single biggest thing that's going to start to change the dial on some of these measures. This partnership facilitated the Northwest Tertiary Education Partnership that I mentioned in my opening statement, which is the 4 main institutions. That has continued to work and would not exist if this partnership didn't exist. So going forward for ourselves, the clear asks are, we have a business case in with the Executive Office for continued funding. The Irish Government have committed to say they will, but they want the two sides, they want to do it jointly, clearly, and so that any support we can get from that to continue our work is much appreciated. The continued support for the University of Ulster expansion is clear ask of it. And finally, the kind of targeted interventions that have started to begin with the local economic partnerships and the kind of way that the department officials are looking at that. I know the business case isn't finalised for that, but that is very welcome start to how we look at changing the dial locally from the ground up, as well as from policies coming down. So thank you very much, and we're happy to take any questions.
And thank you very much for that. And Gary, I think you hit on an important point. This committee rightly often focuses on growth in the northwest, and we're well represented by articulate and loud voices for their region. But you also highlighted the importance of that southwest and Fermanagh. Could you maybe talk, because I know you have said obviously the importance of the Derry City deal, but also the mid-southwest City deal is obviously going to be important for that region too. Could you maybe talk about some of the work that you have done in Fermanagh and those border counties as well? I'm just keen to we have a good understanding of the work in the northwest, but just that this doesn't get as much attention in my view as I think it should.
Yeah, no, obviously I suppose the primary population base, and that's why the focus I suppose is in the Northwest City region, is the economic driver for the area. I'm mindful that we're a large county, we're 100 miles north to south, and I'm also mindful that we have neighbours across the border in counties Fermanagh, another southern part of County Tyrone as well. And certainly in my part of the world there's a lot of cross-border engagement in relation to that. We would have had, I suppose, most recent engagement with our colleagues in Fermanagh and Omagh, looking at a number of, I suppose, joint economic sectoral developments, particularly in the areas of tourism. It was funded, there was a number of feasibility studies funded under the Shared Island Initiative there last year, and we're currently exploring opportunities and how we can actually develop those. Again, recognising that there's a geographic link between the two areas, and generally speaking, particularly in the areas of tourism, people don't really recognise borders, thankfully, anymore. And it's an opportunity for us to drive areas where we do have comparative advantage with our areas. And I think that's a common theme here, alongside our colleagues in Derry, work in areas where we think we have comparative advantages, where there's an existing economic base to build on, and where there are opportunities for employment to be created.
Perfect. And then I just wanted to check the business case that you have in with the Executive Office. How much is that request for?
Good question.
No, don't worry if you don't have the details.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I would be guessing. I think it's in the region of 1.5 million from each government.
And that's
for a 5-year period.
5-year programme.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. And then I just wanted to pick up on the important point, John, that you made about taking this partnership to the next level, and rising tides lift all ships. What do you see as that next level of cross-border engagement, of economic growth, of focusing on that social cohesion and development, and obviously life expectancy, target and health? What do you see the next level looking like?
Yeah, Chairperson, and I might pick up a wee bit on the Fermanagh Omagh. As entered off last Friday, Gary and I spent all day in Sligo, and that came into the picture as well. Here we're talking the very northwest, but we see that as part of the expanded region. There's no hard line here, and you reach out, and it adds a lot to our offer. Sligo and Skilling, all that. It also gives us a bigger critical mass, and a lot of the same issues, particularly I would say in Fermanagh and Omagh, probably have more in common with rural Donegal actually than Derry. But Derry gives the numbers and all that, and we heard from John about the agglomeration and all that. So you can't work in silos from each other. So that's very important, and it's a very astute remark. I think the next level, and we get it. First of all, we report into our elected members in Donegal. They're looking for as well results. What do we get out of this? We're working great, and we have a great relationship here, absolutely great, and working with Dublin and Belfast and both governments and all that. But then, what do the citizens get from it? So we need to see the investment. We have the blocks there, the infrastructure. We need to see the infrastructure taken off, with the N2A5, and we would see that as the link, end-to-end link, not just sections. Then the one on the electricity is very important in Donegal, with the network that can deal with the renewables that'll come in from the wind and so on. That could serve the whole island ultimately if we look far enough ahead. So those are the things we want, is that, and then alongside that we need support for jobs and enterprise. Research and innovation is low in the region. need all that lifted in conjunction with the education institutes. So it's not just one hit, we need them all to lift, because you can't leave things behind until everything comes along at the very end. So it's but that needs investment support. It also needs the policies, adjusted to actually shape the Northwest. And was it Dennis talked about the national planning framework, the recognition, the proper recognition, this could be the counterbalance to the growth and the overheating of the Dublin area. Northwest can do that. Belfast, another corner, and you have the Cork to Limerick on the island. If you look at that, we need a rightful place there. And then we believe rightful place in the policy document. The investment follows then, and you're set up right. Last year, where do you sit in the national planning framework? You need to be sitting in the right paragraphs there to support it. So that's very important for us. And then the continued support in terms of investment, and particularly for our partnership as well. It's important that the continued funding for that strategic growth partnership continues. Otherwise, it implies there must be something wrong if it doesn't continue. It should continue and increase as the years go on, and then we can do more. And we have an appetite, as Stephen said, a great appetite in the region to do those things. And then the scale will match the level of funding and resourcing we put into it. And then out comes that's the timeline it takes to get from A to B. So if we want to accelerate, we need to put more in and recognise it.
100%. Thank you very much indeed. Gary?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to you all for coming to Stormont today. I suppose the first thing I just want to say, I very much welcome the partnership. I think that it's something which has been successful, not least just in terms of building relationships amongst key players, but also the fact that there's no other agenda other than promoting the region. There's no political agenda. It's something which all of us can buy into, and I very much welcome that. Some good work, the cluster, the MOU signing, all of that is positive stuff. As you say, John, it's about now taking it to the next level. In terms of promoting and selling the region, I know that a number of you have been out to the US, for example, selling the region, and I just want maybe for you to maybe articulate some of the successes, if there have been any, in relation to speaking to some of those big private investors. I think that's something, to be honest, that seems to be lacking. Obviously, the city deal development is welcome for us, but to achieve further growth, we will need significant private sector investment as well alongside that. So could you maybe just talk about some of the successes of what you're selling to those markets?
Yeah, I'm happy to pick that up, and then maybe colleague Gary can support. I mean, in terms of what we've tried to do in terms of that promotion of the Northwest in the entirety, and particularly in the US, but also in London, Dublin, and further afield, we've shown that complete region. But what we've actively targeted, so if you're looking at FDIs are a long burn. And we work closely with Invest NI, and part of what we have tried to do in this partnership as well, and we're starting to achieve that kind of recognition, is working closer with the Invest NI and the IDA and Enterprise Ireland to say this region is different. So rather than selling two sides of a jurisdiction, because of the blended region, because of the skills, you actually have to look at the entire region when you're doing that and trying to promote that to FDIs. We can do that. I appreciate the sensitivities of the agencies and how they do, but they're starting to come around to the recognition that really they have to. They're only selling half a region if they're going out and selling Donegal or Derry City and Strabane District Council. But also what we have recognised is that FDIs aren't the entire answer. The bringing in the companies, the days of 1,000 jobs coming in from Seagate or those sort of things are long gone. You're looking at smaller FDIs, 200 to 300. But equally, what is much more important is the growth of our own Indigenous business and what we do. Mm-hmm. So over the last 5-6 years travelling to the US, we have brought almost 100 companies through an export readiness program, and approximately 70 of those we've brought over the last number of years to the US to expose them to the US market and to see how they get ready. That program has changed and matured, I would say, over the last few years. In the last 2 years, we've been working closely with MIT and bringing in speakers and bringing in mentors for these businesses to say, this is what you need to do if you want to export to the US market. That, in some ways, as you would probably understand, some of those businesses went out and went, gosh, this is just too big for me. Others realise the scale and size of what they can do. So if you take a company like O'Neill's sitting in Strabane, they have a full-time staff now in the east coast of the US selling O'Neill's products as a result of coming out with us, being exposed to various companies and growing their export market. That's fabulous for our region, because that means that's jobs locally supported by sales in the US, as opposed to trying to bring people and trying to convince people to. So we have tried to do that.
Sports producer.
Sorry?
Sorry, I was just making sure I got the right company.
O'Neill's sportswear, yeah. And so they're supplying Harvard with their rugby kits, you know. So there's the amazing stories out of all of that we've tried to do, and tried to make sure that we grow our businesses through our partnership. Gary, I'm not sure you...
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Just to reiterate the point, when we started this journey, and rightfully so, I&I in Northern Ireland and ADA and the South they still are in competition, no question. They've got their day jobs to do, but there was a recognition, as Stephen has said, that we're slightly different in the Northwest, and I suppose to a certain extent, we're very content. I need to be careful what words I use here. We're very content, for example, if we have someone who comes to the Northwest, and if they look, and depending on what their business model is at a given time, for them to locate either on the northern side of the border or on our side of the border, because we get a value out of that, both sides. In other words, there's a general rule of thumb, anywhere between 20 and 40% of the workforce in any new business in the region will come from the other side of the border. That's the way that our part of the world works. So that's a good thing. And to be fair, IDA and I are now working, I would say, much more collaboratively than they would have done in the past, while still respecting the day job and what their primary focus actually is. And that came about as a result of that. And we now take in as part of our itinerary in the US meetings with both of those bodies. Stephen did reference the outward-looking aspect of these itineraries. In the early days, it was very much about how do we sell the region as being a region that can both serve perhaps EU and UK markets. And we still do that to a large extent. But what has become more apparent is the strength of our own businesses here, the indigenous businesses, and the opportunities that we can give to them by exposing them to the US areas. And we work very closely with a number of bodies in the US in that space, such as the Irish American Business Chamber Network in Philadelphia, which is a huge number of companies working across Pennsylvania and New Jersey in the life sciences area, and which has a propensity to look towards Ireland, as a location and as a friendly location for businesses to perhaps locate in. And as Stephen says, FDI by its nature is a very slow burn. So what we tend to do is you're planting seeds all the time. At a point in time, some of them will germinate, some of them will never see the light of day, but we're quite confident with the relationships that we've built that it is a long-term investment that we can continue to continually work on. And we do have, I suppose, final point, we have a good, I suppose, strong relationship with some of the better known third level educational institutes in Pennsylvania and Massachusetts, so the likes of MIT, Harvard, Penn, Villanova. We were in Villanova the last time we were actually out there in November, building relationships with those guys as well and giving them an understanding of what region we have here to their students, particularly in the areas of innovation. As John said, we're low in innovation in the Northwest, and we think that we have a specific offering that we can give to businesses that are looking for a European or a UK base to service that.
Well, thanks for that. And I suppose, obviously, Invest NI, certainly from our perspective, has a key role. And the Minister had announced some initiatives to obviously bolster Invest NI, particularly in the Northwest, but also setting up the local economic partnerships. I suppose one of the concerns that I had when this was announced was around the duplication of the local economic partnerships and what the strategic growth partnerships are doing. Have you any thoughts in terms of the local economic partnership, what benefit that would be to the Northwest region? And obviously there was a £45 million figure mentioned in terms of spreading that out over the course of 3 years as well. What opportunities are there through those new initiatives?
Yeah, I suppose we viewed it very welcome in terms of the Minister's announcement. The funding, I think there's a number of different funding mechanisms, but whatever way they look at it, the Derry City and Strabane District Council area probably comes out, because of the region of the stats that we're all aware of, gets a significant amount of the funding compared to maybe some of our other colleagues and some of the other councils. What that does for us, I mean, it's not the panacea, it's not going to be the kind of answer, it's an answer. So what it does is two things to my mind. First of all, it gives a focus to a local economic partnership that we maybe haven't had before. So we're pulling together a number of stakeholders across the sectors, across business, across supported by Invest NI in the department, across the social economy sector, across the Chamber of Commerce, for instance, all those various stakeholders, to pull them together to look at an action plan for this funding. So that's kind of first of all, so it gives a focus to that. And what my staff are doing right now is looking through to see what interventions could be the gaps. So where are the gaps, to make sure that very point on duplication. We can't afford to duplicate anything. We can't afford for this just to replicate what is already happening by Invest NI or the regional college or the University of Ulster or whatever. Because there is limited funding. We're in a world of restricted funding. We're in a world of kind of cutbacks and so on in a lot of different sectors. So this has to be additional. So whatever programs come out of this action plan have to be additional. They can't be duplicated. And the other thing we're very conscious of is that the business world is complex. And Northern Ireland is full of micro businesses, small businesses, less than 10 people. The owners of those businesses don't necessarily have time to go through multiple different schemes to find out which one is right for them. Yep. And it's a point that we have tried to make time and time again. It's fine for the larger companies and the interventions, and it's very easy when you go to the big pharmaceuticals or a Seagate, as mentioned before. You know who to go to, you know who to speak to, you know what they're working on, you see where you can help, and Invest NI can work with those clients. We're working with 5,000 businesses across Derry City and Strabane District Council, across Northern Ireland, so you're looking at 50,000 micro businesses. They don't have time to sift through all of that. So how does this partnership start to make that much, much easier for our small businesses to grow? Because back to my point on the export, if they double and they go from 10 to 20 and every one of those 5,000 businesses double, suddenly there's zero in unemployment, if that makes sense. So that's one aspect of what we're trying to do with the partnership. The other aspect is trying to say, haven't got that focus and the reason to get through, what are the bigger things that can help to feed into this piece of work, that can help to feed into our engagements with yourselves in terms of the Department for Economy, and how can we push the region forward? And John's point of being that net contributor to the tax, that's our drive. Not to be a net taker of tax and benefits, but to be that net contributor. We want to go out with a positive attitude of how this region can grow.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thanks, Chair. Just checking you can hear me okay?
Loud and clear, sir.
Yeah. Well, look, thank you all very much for your presentation, and thanks for your work for the entire Northwest region. I think it's really vital what you do in terms of the joined up approach and making sure that things happen. I think that's really, really important. I have quite a few questions, as you can imagine, and Chair, I should just declare as well, just as a rep in the Ford constituency, obviously a member of the Northwest Strategy or the Northwest Partnership. So just declare that on the record as well. So just the first one I thought would be really useful would be to get an overview of projects which you see as having been transformative to the Northwest region, just so that we can actually, I suppose for all members here, get an idea of specifically what sort of programs have really generated that change and that difference, and I suppose what would be good markers going forward.
Maybe if I kick off and then the colleagues can add in. I mean, one of the first ones that springs to mind for me is in tourism. So clearly the Walled City sits in a unique location. We're sited between the Wild Atlantic Way and the Causeway Coastal Route, two massively internationally recognised tourism routes. The focus and one of the focus of the partnership was really as an area we weren't making the most of our geographical location to encourage tourists from the Causeway Coastal Route into the city and out, and from the Wild Atlantic Way into the city and beyond. What has come out with that in working with Tourism Northern Ireland, Tourism Ireland and Falch Ireland is that actually, although the routes are very, very successful and very well known, nobody really knew internationally that there's cities sitting along those routes, and that you can base yourself in a city and explore. The concept when you see all the ads and so on is this wild route that you drive around and you constantly moving, whereas actually you can do a city break and go and explore. It opens up a much bigger opportunity, and the funding from Shared Island for both for the various bodies, for Tourism Ireland, Tourism Northern Ireland and Falch Ireland, to start to develop that piece of work is now supporting what we had already said, and that is where we had already focused our tourism, and we had already focused that. So that, again, through the partnership, was a real success, that we're now able to work into government policy, that we're now able to work into funding, and hopefully what you'll start to see is way markers, things that actually direct tourism, that start to actually generate economic value, but from those tourists within the city and the region. So that's been a real success and a real kind of drive forward. Gary, if you want.
I think I might maybe reference just the education sector, because it is a huge enabler. I suppose the platform of the Strategic Growth Partnership has allowed a forum, for the particularly the ATU, Ulster University, Northwest Regional College, and the Donegal ETB to, I suppose, collaborate and be back to the point of duplication, identify areas where the business sector required intervention, but not to duplicate what others have done in the past. It also allowed a very, strategic forum for engagement with the respective government departments, north and south. And we've seen, I suppose, look on the back of that investment then from Shared Island into Magee and Derry, which is again hugely enabling for the entire Northwest region. Education is the great equaliser for all of us. Were it not for education, I wouldn't be sitting here, and indeed a lot of us wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. We would be doing things that our grandfathers would have been actually doing. And it's really, really important, I suppose, to recognise and to get that as the catalyst for change across our region, and to find a way of, as John has said, for us to have a vision for the Northwest region to become a net contributor to each of the respective economies. That's a big vision to have, given where we are at the minute, given the relatively low GVA that we have. But that's a reflection, I suppose, of the economic sectors that held us in such good stead for so long. But we need to now look forward to 20, 30 years, figure out where do we want to be, where do we want our children, in my case, my grandchildren, to be in 20 or 30 years' time, and how do we enable and activate that. And the document and the asks in front of you today probably is some indication of the areas that we need to progress over the next while to achieve that.
Yeah, I think, John...
I'd just to address the question, I suppose at a high level, Padraig, the provision of digital infrastructure and also initiatives in terms of higher education, I suppose specifically, if you look at, say, for example, in the case of Donegal, the continued rollout of the National Broadband Plan has been hugely beneficial in terms of improving the level of fixed broadband connections within the county, and obviously considering we are both north and south in a knowledge-based economy, a very digital-oriented economy, that is definitely considered a good marker in terms of taking advantages of that infrastructure and kind of utilising that to support economic development, particularly when you consider kind of patterns such as, say, remote working. I suppose in terms of higher education, there's obviously a number of initiatives that have been delivered, say, through the ATU and obviously the proposed expansion of Magee, but I think that would be a very hugely positive aspect, the commitment towards the 10,000 students within Ulster University's Magee campus will be highly beneficial, because as I touched on earlier with the OECD, in terms of that second recommendation about enhancing productivity in more rural orientated regions, when you go into the specific notes, digital infrastructure and higher and further education are considered the key kind of markers there. So just a couple of examples there. John, do you want to touch on that?
Yeah, I'm conscious Padraig said a lot of questions, and as I said, just in case we can do whatever you want now in terms of but But I think the only thing I might say there, just for a second, and you talked specifically about the partnership. You look at the scale of money we've spent. It's not that big directly through the partners, quite small, maybe 6.5 million. We're talking in Johnstown. These are other national initiatives, so I think we can't confuse them. But we're at the cusp. We need more now to travel the next journey, and we need to see results. Major investment required, to be the word transformative Padraig used. To be truly transformative through the partnership, we need to invest more.
Thanks for that, and thanks for all your detail on your answers as well. I suppose just the first point to recognise, and I'm our party spokesperson for further and higher education, as the institutions and right across primary, secondary and tertiary are incredible in our region right across. So the work they do is fantastic, and that enables a lot of that connectivity as well. Stephen, just back to your point around the tourism, I thought that was a really interesting point, just in terms of the link up, and I know the council have been doing a lot of work with partners on that it's been really welcome as well. In terms of the announcement on the ETA, and we've heard from parties across the chamber on this, how much of a benefit, how much, not a benefit at all, how much of a hindrance do you think that'll have to tourism and I suppose the impact on tourism of the ETA?
I suppose we are concerned that it will put people off. I mean, Dublin is the biggest gateway for tourism in the island of Ireland, and we were starting to see or have substantially seen a shift in coach tours, for instance, that would have traditionally maybe gone Galway, Kerry and down around that way and back to Dublin, that actually come in Northwest. So a lot of the tour operators we were talking to saw the opportunity, saw the kind of benefits, and much more of that market was starting to come, and you would see it in and around the city and traversing into Donegal, etc. I suppose so that would be a concern, that if anything that puts tourists off is clearly a concern. How much it does, we just don't know until it starts to work its way through, but it's something we are concerned about on our working very closely with the tourism industry to see how we help. We work with NITA, the Northern Ireland Tourism Alliance, to push the case, and we'll just keep monitoring, to be honest. But I'd say it is something we are concerned about.
Yeah, no, appreciate that, and I appreciate you're already doing a lot of work on that, and I suppose that touches on the infrastructure issues which you've all raised, in terms of there's already a barrier in how do you get to the Northwest, but then the additional barrier of the ETA on top of that just compounds that, really. I mean, look, there are a number of areas that I kind of wanted to ask about, but I just want to pick up on a few things you've said. One of the issues which comes to our office regularly is around cross-border workers and on their rights as well. So in terms of the protections, even one of the things which we've got significantly recently, and it ties in with John, with your point about the digital infrastructure, is around people who are perhaps employed in Belfast and who are resident in Donegal. They're obviously then working in technically a different jurisdiction. So how does that impact? Are they allowed to do that? What impact does that have? And they're being told, well, you can't claim that you're working from home because you're working in another jurisdiction, and so on. So I'm just keen to pick up on what you're hearing in that sphere. I know that you have a lot of these conversations across the Northwest, and how can we work to help tackle that?
Yeah, I might just reference that. Look, it is an issue that has been raised for quite a number of years, indeed even pre-COVID, where there is this issue with regard to, I suppose, taxation issues. I suppose primarily seems to be the biggest issue that are hitting workers. And I suppose with the advent of much more prevalent home working or blended working or whatever the terminology is, it's probably going to present further challenges down the road. My instinct is that the taxation authorities in the respective countries are going to have to find some form of a bilateral arrangement, because it's quite clear to me that the business model is there at the minute, whether you like it or not, is there to stay in some shape or form. So I think anything that this committee can do to influence the policies coming, say, from the taxation authorities in the UK in relation to this, aligned then with an engagement with the revenue commissioners in Ireland, I think would be beneficial to everyone, because we have people travelling north-south, people travelling south-north. If you look at the heat map example, in our part of the world, it's the hottest part of the island for cross-border travel workers every single day. But it's across the entire border region, to be fair, because we are a single, I suppose, economic hinterland on the island when it comes down to very basic facts. So anything that the committee could do to support the advancement of that would be very, very welcome.
I think it's a really important suggestion, and I mean, I'm more than happy to propose that, Chair, that we actually write to ensure that this is raised again. I know it has been raised multiple times in the past, but just that we keep that at the top of the agenda for both the incumbent government in the South and the Labour government in London. Just the final point was around the digital connectivity, which you've mentioned. We've spoken multiple times in the committee, and I know it's something I get in the constituency office all the time. It's around actually trying to get connected, whether it's phone connectivity, internet connectivity, and so on. And because we're in a border region, you're obviously between two providers at times, different masts for telephone connectivity and so on. Are you picking that up from businesses, or are you picking it up, because we're picking it up from constituents, but are you getting that from a lot of businesses, or are you seeing that as a broader problem?
If I can just add, I mean, not necessarily from businesses, no. I mean, generally where they're located and so on, they have good connectivity. Certainly where because of the rural nature of our area, where some of their employees might be working from home on occasions, the rural connectivity might not be as good as in the workplace, if you want, or in their office. But certainly businesses wouldn't be complaining to us or raising issues or raising concerns, and it has improved right across the region.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my observation, I'm from Anishowen, and some business there would use that across the foil signals, and that works. People have found a way to make that work. And then in Donegal, we're part of that national broadband plan. That'll bring fibre to every house, and that'll be tremendous when that's there. That'll solve that. You know, even though at the moment you hear people complaining about hills and so on, mobile phone coverage and dropping, and that's not that bad in reality. You know, people can work with that. As we've seen during COVID, people transformed overnight, and they could work remotely very well, and they could talk to family in Australia and all those things, no problem. So it's not as bad as sometimes people report, I think, and it's about to get strengthened hugely. I'd pick up on your point about the cross-border taxation, not taxation, but I've heard of companies not allowing, just private companies don't allow data to cross the border, and that needs to be addressed too. But to work as a single economic region, we have to address that. We have to be comfortable that data can cross. Let's just say it's Derry to Muff. You know, and somebody couldn't work and maybe work from home there and bring their data across. There has to be someone done there to allow for that people can still do that and be protected. And we also just want to we've talked on our partnership about planning permissions across the border. You could live a mile apart, have different planning rules completely, or not to be able to build a house one versus the other. Those things have to be tidied up for us truly to work as a region in the northwest. And I think there's a number of things there that we have to fix. They don't get fixed overnight. We have to work and put a process in place that finally addresses those and hear all the views and what's the problems and get them overcome, and we'll be a better place after that.
It's a really interesting point there in the data as well. It hadn't been one that I'd considered, to be honest. So definitely keen to maybe touch base with you on that and get a wee bit more info as to how we can help on that. And just in terms of signal, like I was up on the North Coast recently, and I got a text from O2, one of those welcome to Ireland texts. So it just shows that I suppose the proximity firstly, but actually how those work. So it's reassuring to hear that it's not impacting as many businesses, that it maybe is more of a domestic issue at the minute. So it's certainly one that we'll continue to work on. But I just want to thank you again all for your work and for your detailed responses. That's great. Thank you.
Nate.
Okay, thank you very much for all your briefing so far, and thank you for coming today. I want to just go back to some of the points that was made in the papers, and particularly probably John Daly, in terms of the Northern and Western Regional Assembly. You're arguing that we need to apply a policy of positive discrimination for the implementation of the National Development Plan, describing in it a policy which aims to support regions that are struggling or lagging behind, as you indicate. Can you talk us through that a bit, what you mean by positive discrimination and what you mean by those interventions, and do you feel that would be appropriate for the Northern Ireland Executive to consider as well?
Yeah, so as part of our pre-budget submission to the Department of Finance in advance of Budget 2025, the Northern Western Regional Assembly made a submission regarding, as you said, the call for positive discrimination in terms of the provision or the implementation of the National Development Plan. There's a couple of components to how we feel that could be applied. The obvious area would be that the distribution of the National Development Plan in terms of capital expenditure per head of population, that there should be an above average ratio applied to the Northern Western region. This is to take into account, say, designations from the European Commission of the region's economy as being a transition region, having been downgraded from a leading economic status known as a more developed region to a lower economic status known as a transition region. I can explain those definitions later if the committee wishes, but it's effectively a downgrade of the region's economy. So what we'll be asking for in an example term, say for example the distribution of capital expenditure on an annual basis, say 25% of that would be allocated towards specific projects, say for example within the Northern Western region, which would be above our region's share of Ireland's population, or the Republic of Ireland's population, which would be 17.6%. Now that's just one area that how positive discrimination could be applied. There's other areas as well that are probably more fundamental, say for example in terms of how infrastructure projects are appraised. through, say, cost-benefit analysis, because having worked in the private sector before, in cost-benefit analysis, it is clear that more urban-orientated projects have general advantages over more rural-orientated projects in terms of their population size. And at the moment, cost-benefit analysis under the previous public spending code, now is what is called the infrastructure guidelines in the Republic of Ireland, don't take into consideration any distinction between these projects. Therefore, projects that are being considered in the Eastern Midland region are more favoured naturally, relatively speaking, compared to projects, say, in the Northern Western region. Now, whether this can be applied in the case of Northern Ireland, we would suggest that it's likely that it should be, because ultimately we are seeing similar trends both north and south in terms of greater regional imbalance, and that's to the detriment of residents across all regions. And again, we're seeing this across the OECD as well, and there are some significant costs if we don't kind of address these kind of regional imbalances. What the OECD note, obviously there's economic costs, like what they call lagging regions or stagnant regions are still account for a sizable proportion of economic output, and obviously if they're being underutilised, that's really going to be detrimental to national economic development, but also social costs as well. We see persistent, obviously, transfers that are unproductive, and we want to see more economic dynamism in more rural oriented regions, so as my colleagues noted, so they can stand on their own to be net contributors.
Yeah.
I might give a simple example for a minute. A practical example. In the Republic of Ireland, we on large capital projects, central governments expect local councils to put in matching funds, usually 20%. But recently, because of our designation, they cut it for our area to 10%.
Yeah.
Simple stroke of a pen, easy done. That means with our local money, we can do twice as many projects.
Yeah.
That makes a difference.
Absolutely.
At a policy level.
Can I also maybe just add that from a policy perspective, the Regional Assembly, we believe that it's important to have the plans in place first, and we do believe the national planning framework itself is essentially sound. Where we do feel that you have to be constantly looking at is the monitoring. So it's not enough to have your policy in place, but to be monitoring. So when we've been doing the monitoring that John has spoke to, we see that our region is lagging behind. Now, it's the implementation is important, and I think this is where we've come back about the infrastructural deficiencies in the region. You know, you need to be seeing where are your strong points, and John has pointed to that as the urban agglomerations. So you need to be, from the perspective of the Northern Western Regional Assembly, we need to be making sure that the Galway, the Sligo and the Letterkenny Derry are the urban structure is supported and built upon. We also need to make sure that the infrastructure is in place. Now, there was comments there about Derry, and I suppose I would have added in that the City of Culture was one of the really important things to start with Derry. The N6 investment is really, really important to the Northwest as well. There's other deficiencies down to Dublin and to Galway that are particularly lagging behind. But it's this whole issue of regional equity. Is that okay? It's important for us that the investment is put in. It's okay to have the plans, but it's the investment put in. And there seems to be an unfortunate bias against the Northern and Western region, and that's why we'll be arguing that we do need to change the dial on all of that. We do need to change the way that the investment is put into the region. We're at a very exciting time with a new government, I know, but the issue as well, I would say, is that we're disappointed in the National Planning Framework revision that is to be considered by the incoming government, in that it has not fully recognised, and maybe it's a wee bit harping back that they haven't got to the reality and they're worried about politics, but they haven't fully recognised the importance of the Northwest City region as we speak about it. And in our regional spatial and economic strategy, we have identified the Northwest City region, but we haven't identified it in the same way as we have Galway, which is a metropolitan area, and I think that's a great shame. Yeah. And I think, you know, when Philip was asking the question there about you know, what's the next level, I think the next level is actually us catching up with reality as to what's happening on the ground, and actually having our plans in place and being able to have the maturity to recognise the Northwest City region as a place for people, and that there is a metropolitan area plan that actually would cover
that agglomeration, because I think that's really key. The other thing, can I just mention, is because obviously it's from Anaman, I have to mention the central border region that was raised as well. I suppose that area needs to, I suppose, learn from the lessons of the Northwest City region. The extensive and the intensive collaboration that is ongoing there, and I know that from the two chief executive, Cav and Monaghan, they are very much exploring that, and in actual fact we're supporting a conference in regeneration in Monaghan that will be covering into the experience of Northern Ireland and regeneration as well. It's that kind of very practical stuff that the Northwest has done years and years ago, that perhaps the central border region needs to be picking up on as well.
I suppose we've been really at this for 8 to 10 years, you know, actually pre-Brexit, and it stood to us when the UK left the European Union, because we had those really strong relationships that were able to kind of manoeuvre to help support and protect the region from that. I was going to ask you just, Dennis, about that special recognition within the national development plans about the Northwest City region, because I think that's fundamental, because that's where investment will follow if there is a special recognition given within the national development plan for the Northwest City region as well. Can I just go back to the papers again, and in point 7 in your briefing, you discussed the Northern Ireland departmental asks, and there's a range of other departments you're recognising there, departments that have responsibilities for regional economic balance. Are you therefore concerned that there's no duties or obligations in place from other departments when it comes to addressing regional economic balance? And I suppose maybe anybody can take that up, because it is a concern of mine. Whilst the Minister of this department has put an emphasis on regional balance, we don't really see it reflected in other departments, and fundamentally one of them, I suppose, is about that infrastructure investment in order to close the gaps, the historical gaps, but the economic gaps as well that brings forth.
Can I just say, maybe from the Northern Western Regional Assembly's perspective, and looking at it just solely within the Republic of Ireland, the Northern Western Regional Assembly actually has been making submissions to government that we felt it was really important to have a minister that actually looks at this area. The name tag they put on it, don't really mind, but there is a need, we feel, to be looking at where the investment has been made and where it's bearing fruit and where it's not, and what you need to be doing then from a regional perspective as to investing in infrastructure, because each department is doing their own work very well and very diligently. But we do know from the research that John has undertaken in relation to the investments in the Republic of Ireland, that they are generally heading south of the Galway-Dublin line. And they're all doing the work perfectly well, but nobody's actually looking at what's the impact of that from a regional perspective. So we have, as an Assembly, been calling on government for that.
Okay.
Yes, from our perspective as a partnership, the recognition of that it's not just the economy. The economy is obviously here, focus of today, but there's lots of different things in infrastructure and all the things you mentioned that are almost beyond the two councils. If that, beyond our remit, beyond our ability to pull them, we need government support both sides of the border. So we work very closely through the North-South Ministerial Council in Armagh to pull together the officials to have those conversations, to have targeted, focused sessions on infrastructure, on regeneration, on tourism, on skills. What are those things, and how can the officials both sides of the border work much closer together on those issues, not just leaving it to the partnership in terms of trying to solve. So the purpose of these is always just to keep them on the agenda. Some of them are working better than others. We work our way through, but we're constantly challenging the government departments to work closer together and to work outside of our formal meetings, to work to bring that space. And I suppose that's the other beauty of the partnership, is given the space and the place, the formal structure for all the officials to work comfortably within and understand what we're trying to do, and planning both sides of the border so that they join up. So that's what we try to do, to make sure that these all work. Some of them are working better than others, but
Yeah.
Stephen, can I ask you as well? The Minister has set a target for 65% investments to take place outside the Greater Belfast metropolitan area, but it neglects a specific focus for Derry City and the Northwest. Do you believe it would have been helpful to have a specific focus and a recognition of that agglomerate place-based investment in terms of regional balance and positive discrimination and everything else that we've spoken about?
Clearly, and our council has spoken several times, so our members are very clear that they would prefer specific targets for our council area as opposed to 65% outside the BMA area as defined. So the more specific that is, the more target interventions can be drawn down, the quicker we will get on that journey to be an economic contributor. So that's our view, and so clearly it's welcome what has happened. We welcome the direction of travel, but we would love to see specific targets that are addressing some of those really hard to reach issues within our area.
And John Daly, can I just ask John as well about one of the areas that you presented in the paper was about disposable income as an industry for regional, pointing out regional imbalances. Why do you think that that's a good indicator?
Well, in the context of the Republic of Ireland, it's actually fundamentally important because, as the committee is probably aware, gross domestic product as an economic metric has been hugely distorted due to the very specific activities of a handful of multinational companies within the Republic. So, for example, what is called the Eastern Midland region and the Southern region, those two regions, their GDP statistics have been massively distorted to the point that they cannot really be compared in comparison to, say, for example, the Northern Western region, or even for Northern Ireland as a whole, because Northern Ireland is considered obviously a state, but obviously it's considered can be considered a NUTS 2 region as well. Hence, there's always been a disconnect in terms of gross domestic product reflecting actual economic well-being. Hence, the focus really now in the context is that disposable income per head population is far more fundamental, because obviously it measures the actual economic well-being of ordinary citizens on the ground, reflects their take-home pay after taxes and social contributions, and it generally shows whether or not an area is doing well or not. So there's always been a disconnect really between gross domestic product and actual economic well-being on the ground, but particularly in the case of the Republic of Ireland, this has really become quite acute in recent years, since around 2015, since those changes which, as a result of that, distorted the gross domestic product of those regions. So it's down to really reflecting people's actual economic well-being.
Yeah, and I suppose, just looking at the figures here, Donegal sitting at the very bottom of that disposable income, and Dublin being at the top, and in relation to the local government districts in Northern Ireland, Derry City and Strabane are significantly lower than any other parts within Northern Ireland as well. So it's an indicator of how people feel in that area. And I suppose regional balance to me is about how people feel. If they feel that there's an imbalance, they feel let down. They feel let down by government, and they don't trust government as a result of that. So it's really important to get these policies right. Can I ask you about point 5.6 in terms of the OECD policy roadmap? The roadmap includes obviously public services and infrastructure, productivity, competitiveness, and all of that. Do you feel, or are you concerned that there's no duties within that OECD exist about the Department of Health in relation to regional balance as well? I think it's a gap in it, because we had a debate yesterday, an adjournment debate about the Western Trust and about A&E in Altnagalvin, but people that are poor, that don't have disposable income, are often very sick as well as a result of poverty, and yet the OECD roadmap doesn't take those indices into consideration, and that particular point as well. How important do you think health indices reflect regional imbalance?
Oh, absolutely, they're completely related. Areas that tend to have relatively lower levels of disposable income also tend to be associated with socioeconomic problems, whether it be health, addiction, and other kind of factors that are related. I suppose ultimately, while I can't kind of speak on issues such as the Western Trust and health, because I consider my expertise, I would note that what is clear from the OECD's material is that countries that tend to be have greater levels of regional autonomy tend to have less disparities, whether it be in terms of economic outputs or social outputs. Just to give you an example, Denmark, just over 60% of all government expenditure is credited to regional and local authorities. Denmark is also associated with having some of the lowest levels of regional economic disparities, both in terms of disposable income, but also in terms of some of those kind of social outcomes, Sinead, that you spoke of. And I suppose this kind of comes back to the point that the OECD would reflect this in one of their publications called Making the Case for Decentralisation, is that local and regional policymakers, both political and also civil servants, tend to be more acutely aware of obviously the challenges and opportunities on the ground because they live in the actual areas, that live close to the regions, as opposed to more centralised government systems, obviously more national policymakers and national civil servants. So I suppose that's kind of the point, is that greater levels of regional autonomy tend to be associated with lower disparities on those kind of metrics you talk of. But just to answer your question directly, there is a clear link between economic deprivation and kind of these social issues as well.
Sorry, can I just clear a point here, just in case there's any confusion? The Northwest Development Fund is very, very small. It is really funding the strategic conversation rather than any capital or anything else. And it's shared funding between the Irish and government and the Northern Ireland Executive here. The Irish government has put in 1.5 million, and it is awaiting match funding from the Northern Ireland Executive, which has not come forward yet. I think it's really important that a commitment to continue this work, and you can see the value of this work here today, that collaboration and building of relationships and strategic kind of ideas going forward is supported by the Northern Ireland Executive. I mean, I welcome the asks here, and there's very specific asks in your paper, which is always very helpful for sometimes when we're getting evidence. We're always saying, but what do you want us to do? What do you want us to do? So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. David?
Thank you. Thanks for coming in. I talked a couple of weeks ago about McGee. I totally think the shared island model and the way of collaboration is absolutely the way we need to move forward. You talk about reconciliation, but what that looks like in 2025, it's absolutely vital that we work north-south and work in partnership, that we're not duplicating resources, but we're working together to provide the best for everybody. I want to look at two kind of separate things, but one of the things, John actually mentioned electricity. One of the things that was missing from what I've heard has been, if I think of the Northwest, I think of that kind of renewable hub and that centre that could be there, that brings a lot of investment. There's a lot of potential. I remember being at a renewables conference a few months ago with Sinead, and the amount of pipeline investment that was there, and a lot of that was for the Northwest. Is that something that is there, or you just haven't mentioned it? That's why I'm bringing it. Is that something that's there that we could be used to bring investment, jobs, skills, everything to the wider area together in Donegal?
I might go first, and then Gary going to come in, probably, and maybe Stephen. I think first of all, I'll say in Donegal now last year on wind power alone, we produced more power than could be used. So there's actually renewable energy wasted, which isn't a great message to send. And yet now we're looking to develop more. But that's because of the network, to export it. Both the network, which the network has to be strengthened to get it out, but also we want additional industry to use it where it's generated, and that'll help the people as well. So there's a long way to go there, but we need the network improved anyway. And then when we look down to the future, off the west of Ireland, northwest, huge wind power. However, the technology isn't fully developed to use that yet. Maybe another 10 or 15 years to properly utilise that and make it economical. But that'll come, and we'll have excess power. And then what we're saying, we don't want that just a pipeline to take that power and transmit it, let's say, maybe to the middle of Europe. We want that used locally. and to benefit the region, or some of it, to get our share. So that needs planning now, both for the long term and to move some business and development that utilise power to that area, and to have backup power as well. The battery storage one, because the wind sometimes you can't count on it blowing, so you need to have backup. So we're finding a lot of planning application now in Donegal for battery storage, which is a good thing, providing they succeed and they can do the job. So we'll have power and excess power, and we're actually, in fact, last Friday again, we're talking about can we get some micro business set up to use that surplus power that's there last year. But then we need to connect it on an all-island basis. And you can see in the grid system, and Gary might come on in a minute in terms of the deficit, that needs to be joined up. No different than any other networks with the airlines or the roads and all that gas. We need it joined up, and then not just within the island, but connected to UK, mainland UK and onto Europe, so we can have a system there, a network, and you can have sustainability and security supplies and all those, within a reasonable distance. And so we have opportunities ahead of us there. We see the wind power probably on the east of Ireland, developing around Wexford and Arklow now, but that's a bit simpler at the moment. But that'll eventually get used up, and you'll have more power off the west coast eventually. So we need to plan now and how that comes ashore, and the good jobs in that field. And that's why we talked earlier about the education institutes. Yes. Important, and we have identified South West College. Other colleges said they would step back and let South West take a lead in this for the whole region and develop those skill sets that'll come out, that'll actually support that industry in years ahead. Yeah, Gary might come in now, maybe a minute.
Yeah, no, I think to answer your question, yes, there are clear opportunities for the entire island of Ireland to monetize the opportunities that are rising from I suppose the change in energy usage, and probably I suppose on the back of the Ukraine experience, that Europe no longer is dependent on, I suppose, foreign fossil fuels to keep the lights on. So all of that is influencing, I think, the policy of both the UK and the Irish governments at the moment in relation to the rollout of renewable energies, particularly renewable offshore. We're fortunate in the northwest of Ireland in that we have the highest mean wind speeds in Europe, which effectively means that if you're an investor, you can get a return on your investment quicker by putting it in there. So we're probably looking at, I would say, probably a 20-year horizon for the initial putting in place the connectivity infrastructure, the appropriate planning and consenting, and then getting the investments in place before you actually see it happening on the ground. The question is how can we as a wider region monetize that? And there's a number of moving parts in it. Some of it's regulatory, but an awful lot of it is putting in place that enabling infrastructure. And one of the maps that we shared with you there, you'll see where the existing 270 kV electricity line finishes at Coolkira coming from the east. And you'll also see then in Ireland, in the Republic of Ireland, where the existing 220 kV line stops short just south of Sligo. Now, there's an opportunity, I think, for we'll call it the wider northwest region, including the connectivity up through Donegal and then east into Fermanagh and into Tyrone and up then into Derry, connecting with the 270 kV line for us to future-proof not just existing industry, but also to take advantage of the emerging opportunities offshore. But that requires that vision. It requires the vision, I think, of the respective governments to say this is where we want to be in 20 years' time. And this is a key enabler. Any business will work to its comparative advantage. And when you have that raw energy source off our coastline that we can all take advantage of and which can drive future investment, and not just for the wider, I suppose, provision of energy to the wider network, but also how it can actually enable new energy opportunities and new businesses in our region, then I think it's something that needs to be looked at very, very closely. And it's one of the asks here, obviously, is how can we progress that as a region to best effect?
Can I just maybe come in just from the northern and western region, which is larger, is that okay? Perspective, and I suppose just to mention that the National Planning Framework, and I've mentioned it a couple of times, the National Planning Framework is being revised, and the revised National Planning Framework is to be considered by the new government. And in that, there are targets for regional renewable electricity, and that will be in the form of wind and also solar. And there is going to be a requirement for us at the assembly level then to identify what the quantum would be for the various local authorities in the region. It will also require us to be collaborating with EirGrid and the infrastructure providers as to how they will be able to deliver on that. We have in our current strategy identified that there are significant deficiencies as we would see it, and EirGrid would have accepted that as far as the northwest is concerned, so up in the Donegal area. And I say that on purpose because it is important that the government, when they're considering the national planning framework, will actually recognise that from an all-island perspective as well. Because we see it that there's issues of onshore and then there's huge opportunities for offshore. As Gary Stevens said, the offshore might be further down the line, but there are pilot projects there. There is actually an application coming in off the west coast of Galway, as far as I'll say in this forum, of a very innovative proposal that, as I understand it, will have the EU Green Seal already. So there's an awful lot of research going on into this space, and this is something as well that we need to be promoting and supporting very much.
I think it just as a kind of industry, if you like, there's something that the Northwest as a region, as a wider region, can excel in, if you like, that's unique, that isn't in other counties here. That there's a benefit there that you could, and you actually touch on a little. My next point was about practically then sort of the frustration's maybe the wrong word, but working between two different departments. So you've said about you said about EirGrid. It's just that whenever you come practically for yourselves, how that then works. Where you've a separate, and the same whenever you're talking about inward investment, you've IDA, enterprise, and invest, of how you're all working together. It's how whenever you take it up to the next level, for obviously how that's working together for you is maybe my question.
Yeah, I suppose if I can take some of that, I mean the reason we are working together is because we recognise the benefits for the entire region, and our job in that partnership, beyond the projects and beyond the functionality of what we actually do, is to provide the space for those discussions, but also the encouragement and the push and all of that to make sure that happens. Yeah. So in some like with all the things in life and with working with a government department, some of it's relatively straightforward and some of it takes a lot more effort. But the prize for this, and Gary has articulated in terms of the connectivity, the infrastructure deficit in terms of the actual physical power lines is a big blockage to being to capitalise on exactly what you just said. We're in the right region for renewables. We're working with the colleges and Ulster University in terms of skills. We're working with our city deals in terms of the research projects that we'll start to do. We're working practically with companies who will benefit from that, but that making sure that joined up conversation happens, and that's constantly what John and my boss John Kelpie are doing with the North-South Ministerial Council to get those conversations and to get people in a room to explain what this means to the region and how joining up those grid connections, why joining up all that would be so beneficial.
Yeah, John, the only thing EirGrid, who handles the network for electricity in the south and indeed work cross-border, their structure has no problem dealing with this. They have the ability, but the drive is they're running a business, and they've prioritised within the island what they'll do first and so on, and that's what has to shift. It's not about the structures or the ability to work together. They can do that quite easily. They're working as we speak with France on a connector coming at Cork, no problem. The north-south connector going on for years. Plenty of other ones, and they all have their own difficulties, with communities and all that, but nothing specific because there's north-south here. It's about the demand at the other end. Yeah, they have to have the demand, and you can understand that. So it's our job to build up that and show the demand and what the future needs and drive that. Then the rest will follow, but they also work to government. So they will put in, but it's not about the structures, the ability to work, I think, or that the planning process. They can do that quite readily.
Yeah. So it's at a government level, what you're saying. So it's actually the department here and the Department of Enterprise in the south. It's actually there that I don't mean just renewables is one part of the economy. It's not the whole. I mean right across. But is the blockage then to help you push this forward, or you talked about next steps and taking it to the next level. Yeah. Where's the blockage to take it to the next level? Yeah. Is that at department level here, and enterprise in the department in the south?
Yeah, I'd suggest just use the grid as an example because it replicates elsewhere.
Yeah.
That requires a push from both governments to say we want this done.
Okay.
Yep.
We're doing it. We're planning for the future. Yeah. We know looking backwards and that the current demand's not enough. And you have the same for trains and buses and all that. You can't just simply look at the current demand. You have to plan for the future. We need the grid plan for the future. And I'll go back a step. About 5 years ago, we met with EirGrid in Donegal. I told them no plans for upgrading Donegal. 2 or 3 years later, they said, we urgently require it, because the world had changed in that. Now they want to do it. However, we're looking even further than a couple of years. We're looking long term here and across the country and possibly linking other countries to get that grid connection made to the right level. EirGrid are working on a prioritised basis. This needs to be shifted and become a demand of government to get this done. That requires both working together and explain why, and for people like John coming in with the rationale. It's not about the traditional method of analysing cost benefit analysis. Looking at the future, what it can mean. And Sinead talked about health and all that. Those things you lift the entire community. It can't just be about economics or money in your pocket. And you put people, their health and well-being is important. And you can't measure it based on simply prosperity, but that helps. So I think it's, and I'd say the same is true. We talked about other departments, transport, for example, north and south. There are structures there to meet. They meet quite regularly. We're not at those meetings, so we can't comment on exactly what they're saying, or where's their priorities, or where's our influence to actually shift those priorities. But we can see the outcome, and we look at roads, long time waiting, 20 years, and we've seen them built elsewhere, including, I would say, Belfast to Dublin, no problem. So it's not a border issue. It's a northwest issue.
Try to get through the York Street interchange in the middle of Belfast. You might have a different view about, but if we get that done, we can get all the way to Dublin without a traffic light. But anything else?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Diana.
Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon to the panel. And Gary, it's great to see you again. I'm really pleased that there still is that ongoing collaboration work with Fermanagh and Omagh District Council, and long may that continue. So thanks for mentioning. It's good to hear Fermanagh mentioned in the course of the meeting. One of my questions, it's really kind of trying to build a picture, of the comparators, in a sense, between Donegal, or your region, Northwest Donegal, and Londonderry, or Derry, Londonderry. How do your economic inactivity rates compare to Londonderry, and what are your productivity rates like in the Northwest? That's one of my first questions. The second one really is, and I see that Donegal is the lowest population growth in Ireland. Looking forward, and we've talked about looking forward and this pipeline of talent coming through, and the same challenges with the demographics for Magee College, Magee University. What have you taken into account population growth? How to stimulate population growth? I think it is by ensuring that the Northwest region is successful with investment and with the outputs coming out of that. So, do you see the emigration of young people as an issue also? And finally, final question is, how much of a challenge do you see really the disparity in corporation tax rates and VAT, particularly in hospitality? So those are the three main areas. I kind of jumped around a bit, but it's just addressing obviously population growth, looking at it in economic inactivity, productivity, and then looking at those differences, the differentials in corporation tax and VAT, and as reserve matters, how we can look to lobby for a better harmonisation of those rates to ensure economic success. Thank you.
I'm maybe going to ask John to lead off on that.
So there's obviously a number of economic metrics you can look at there. Now I'm mindful that some of these metrics aren't available for Donegal, but they are available for the local government district of Derry City and Strabane. So I'll just focus on the ones that kind of are available at both sides, and then maybe look at the metrics then that are maybe only available, say, at the Nuts Tree border, and then compare that to local government districts. So in terms of disposable income per head of population, because that generally reflects, is generally an output of gross value added per employee. In both cases, in both jurisdictions, Derry City and Strabane records both the lowest mean and median disposable income per head of population. Likewise, as per data from the Central Statistics Office in the Republic of Ireland, Donegal records the lowest level of average disposable income per head of population. The CSO does have, or the Central Statistics Office does have mean and median gross earnings. Obviously that's before tax, and same trend holds here, i.e. Donegal records the lowest of the counties in the Republic of Ireland. So in terms of population growth as well, we also see as well that in both cases of Derry City and Strabane, and also in the case of Donegal, their shares of their respective jurisdictions, as per the latest censuses over the last 10 years, their share of the population has dropped. So both in the case of Derry City and Strabane as a percentage of Northern Ireland's population, and likewise, albeit marginally, and likewise in the case of Donegal as a percentage of the population in the Republic of Ireland. Productivity levels as well, similar pattern you see here. Virtually though, well, productivity can be measured through a lot of ways, but generally it can be measured through gross value added per employee, or gross value added produced per employee, and you see a similar trend there. Not in the case of Donegal because that data is not available, but in the case of the wider border, which is effectively the 5 counties of Donegal, Sligo, Cavan, Monaghan and Leitrim, you see relatively low levels of gross value added produced per employee, and likewise in case of Derry City and Strabane, you see a similar scenario as well. Want to pass on?
Okay, Gary, do you want
to? I'm mindful, Deanna, that you just looking at Fermanagh and Omagh as well. It's kind of in the same town land as we'd say in our part of the world. The level of activity or under activity. In the sense of the level of disposable income, the level of deprivation, the level of population growth, and they all tie in, I think, to the fact that there are, I suppose, underperforming economies on the northwest of the island. And the question is, how do we actually activate all of those? I think it's the same broad principle. We have to work to the areas where we have comparative advantages, and it leads you back into how do we create an environment where people want to come to either invest in, how do we keep our educated population that study in the region, how do we attract others from outside of the region to come to the area? And that, we've proven it, for example, in areas such as Donegal, where, some of our multinational companies have 20 and 25 nationalities because there are employment opportunities in those areas. So it's not that we're an unattractive region, but you just got to make sure that all of the component parts are there to make it work in the round. And it all comes back then to the asks that you see in the paper here, because the asks, generally speaking, are common across the entire northwest of the island, regardless of what county you're in order to enable the infrastructure that makes it an attractive region for businesses, for people to stay in, for people to live in, for kids to grow up in, and all of that type of good stuff. The issue with regard to the corporation tax is an interesting one. Clearly, Ireland, and John may have some observations on this, Ireland has, for a long time positioned itself as a very attractive location alongside of the other offerings, as a location for investment across corporation tax. And we're now moving towards that OECD average of 15%, which has now been agreed, and which I think the US just stepped back from over the last 24 or 48 hours. So we'll see how all that works out in the round for all of us. Clearly, a common corporation tax would be of an advantage, clearly, across the entire northwest region, if that were the case, alongside the other offerings, and would clearly create an opportunity, for businesses to be able to consider the option of that, in a Northern Ireland context as well. And I'm not, to be fair, I'm not quite sure. I know there had been moves to, I suppose, reducing the corporation tax in Northern Ireland. And I'm not quite sure, to be honest with you, where that stands at the moment in the context of the wider taxation regime in Northern Ireland.
If I could maybe just add that as well. I mean, obviously, I spent a long time selling the region to businesses, and when you're selling to businesses, my experience is the first thing they'll ask is, can we all get the skills? Mm-hmm. That's the number one thing that they'll ask for. After that is then, can I make money? And they're the kind of things that kind of tick any business's boxes when it comes to it. So fiscal levers like corporation tax are important in that if you're going to sell it. But back to Gary's point, that consistency, it's not an answer in itself. It's part of a package of things that you have to be able to offer. Our hospitality businesses are concerned about the VAT rate, particularly where we sell. So we're sitting right on the border. We're trying to encourage, as I said earlier, the tourism to come Causeway Coastal route, staying in the city, moving on to the Wild Atlantic Way and vice versa. If that corporation tax or if that VAT rate is prohibitive and becomes a barrier, then they'll not stay. They'll come for a day and visit, and we won't get the spend which we need and the extra nights which we need. The bed nights and spend is not just about visitor numbers, it's about bed nights and spend. So anything, again, a fiscal lever that puts people off or alters business behaviour will do that. It will alter those things. So coach tours will look at and go, it's better off staying in a showing and taking them through the city, and we'll visit the city but will not necessarily land that economic value in the city. So that is clearly a concern. And John articulated very well, much better than I would in terms of the economic statistics. But yeah, we do have the highest levels of economic activity anywhere in the UK. So therefore, it is clearly needed that we have targeted interventions on those things with the help of government. That's something that is way beyond the councils to do, but it's something that is actively needed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anna, do you have anything else, or is that you?
No, that's all.
problem.
Thank you, Chair.
Kate?
Thank you.
Thank you. This has been such an interesting presentation, and I feel like I'm going to go back and listen to a lot of it again because there's been so much information. A lot of what I had wanted to ask has been picked up on already, but I suppose I just wanted to say that it has been really positive, and I think you've really demonstrated that there is this committed partnership for development of the region. That's quite inspiring, and it's really nice for us to hear about this work. You've articulated your asks, which I'm happy to support. I was going to ask about a bit more detail on the National Planning Framework and Regeneration and Learning to the Southwest, which has already been answered. So the two things I wanted to ask about, the first is around skills. Our 2022 skills barometer highlighted the need for more level 3, 4 and 5 skills, and so I know that there is obviously great partnership with Letterkenny and with Ulster, but what else is being done that you can talk around in terms of skills in the region? Any just out of interest, the export readiness program sounds fascinating, and just a bit more detail around that. And then the final point I wanted to ask about, I'm really interested in AI, and I keep asking the departments what planning is being done around it. And obviously the UK government AI action plan is just published. Don't think there's much around Northern Ireland within it, but the impact of AI and automation for certain regions. Is this something you've been looking at? And is there any kind of exploration or any detail you can give in terms to those? So skills and AI mainly.
Skills and AI, maybe. Okay, some of the easy ones. So in terms of artificial intelligence, we are very fortunate to have a very internationally recognised research facility at the Ulster University at Magee. That is a massive part of our City Deal proposal, is to expand that research facility and create that kind of body of knowledge in AI. In itself, that's my drive is jobs and wealth and economy and stuff within the council. So in that City Deal proposal, it's great that we have that internationally recognised research. How are we getting students into there? Because it's research students, it's not necessarily undergrads to start off with. So how do we get the bolt in the undergrads? Also working very closely with Invest NI to say what companies are linked to this research. How do we start to get those companies sitting in the city and starting to use that research, and then getting sticky in the city and starting to grow their businesses using AI within that drive. So that's a large part of what I'm working on within the City Deal, to try and work with the bright people in the university who understand this, but trying to link that back to government and practical jobs and economic wealth that will then benefit the entire region. So that's hard. They're easy words to say because there's lots of moving parts in all of that. But what we have is within that is a committed partnership between the skills providers and the government departments, and particularly Invest Northern Ireland, to make that happen. So how do we take that, not just a research project, but a unique selling point, and benefit the region to it? Within that City Deal project, we have a smart cities element to it, where we're looking at artificial intelligence and smart technology for the benefit of our citizens. So how do we expand that within the area? And that business case is just working its way through as part of the City Deal proposal. And that will start to harness some of the technology and then start to do projects. So, for instance, very simple one, I would just give you one practical example, car parks. The research says that 30 to 40% of our journeys are running around the city looking for a car parking space. So therefore, if you look at climate change and you look at all of that, so the aspects of all it, so what does that mean? So can we make our car parks smart car parks that link to your Google Maps and your car, that actually tells you there's 3 spaces available on Bishop Street, so, or that one's full, so there's no point in even driving there, it's full. Very simple interventions using artificial technology, using smart technology to try to benefit our citizens, benefit the environment, and benefit the outcomes. Right. So there's a number of those type of projects in there that we're working with the university and working with others. So there's kind of multiple legs to that.
It's really interesting because the panel, the discussion we had earlier on was on change to the postgraduate award in PhDs, and so we were asking similar questions how they were working with industry to identify what research was needed, and so it's clearly something that we need to explore a bit more as an economy community.
It's
that
something,
connection.
Yeah, that connection is vital because it doesn't work otherwise, because everybody's in wee silos and doing very good work, doing really good things, but it's not actually benefiting the region and not benefiting NIPLC. The export readiness side, as I said, was something we recognised with our companies and has matured over the last while. But the last 2 years, as I closely work with MIT and Catalyst as a supplier for that, we have linked mentors to businesses in the US.
How long does it last?
So
program?
they do a number of workshops based between Derry and Donegal over a few months, and then they go out for a week to MIT, and they work really hard, and they get no time off, and because they're owner managers, their time is precious, so we work them really, really hard. That at the end of the week, they are ready, and they have linkages and mentors who are ready to help them. And it's amazing how many people through that program then that have continued to work with the mentors in the States, have been back to the States. And that's the other thing that we say to them is, this is just the start of your journey. You got to go back. You got to invest the time and effort to go back. We can facilitate this, but you need to be up for that journey to continue it.
How long has it been going for?
Well, that's 2 years.
2
We
years
ran
now.
it in that, guys. Up until then, we were brought companies out and we made introductions and we done stuff there. But the learning from that was you nearly have to get them ready first, and then bring them out to something that increases their knowledge, as opposed to bringing them to the States and giving them opportunities. Some of it will land and some of it won't. But if you get them ready and then you educate them further, then they generally run with it.
Yeah, it's so interesting.
Okay. Thank you very much for that.
Big observation.
I don't mean to curtail, I never try to curtail discussion, but I also sit on the Finance Committee and we're considering the accelerated passage of the budget at 1 p.m, which I have to get to.
Need to accelerate.
So I need to accelerate through this meeting. So I think this will be a conversation that all members will be very keen to continue to have. Our forward work plan often includes the visits to the Northwest. So and I can see on ours that we have our third forthcoming visit to Foyle very soon. So let's hope that we continue to link in with you and the important work that you continue to do. And thank you very much for your time on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, really interesting.
An emerging red there and for the storm.
I don't even know the details of the business case. Okay, well,
Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That's it, like every generation.
Hey colleagues, are we content that we contact TEO to seek an update on that application that currently sits with them?
Yeah.
Is that agreed? Okay.
Chairperson also then content to write to the Minister just in terms of the issue that Mr Delorgy raised about the bilateral agreements, asking the Minister to raise the issue again with the UK Government and the Republic of Ireland Government around bilateral agreements linking to the rights of cross-border workers, the issues around hybrid working and tax issues, and also the requirement for appropriate data borders so as to enable that cross-border working where appropriate. Members content to do
Content?
that?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll now move on, members, to the forward work plan, item 10, Peter.
So members, just a quick one here. Look, you can see there's some dates that have been added. Hopefully we're going to Maze Cash, 12th of March, Game of Thrones Deluxe Group, 2nd of April, Studio Ulster, Spirit Aerospace, probably the 21st of May now, we've just been chatting to them. Granville Energy Hub, which is in Dungannon, that's the 4th of June. Third visit to Foyle, that will be the 25th. But look, I was expecting more stuff from the department, which has not materialised.
Well, on that point, I have a proposal. I think we should go and visit the Belfast Stories site, which is in the Chair's constituency, and is a really interesting example of Belfast City Deal, tourism, and creative industries. I think it would be really useful just to hear their plans and what they're doing.
Is that agreed, Chairperson?
Agreed.
Sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
Additionally, Chair, just suggested because we have some gaps in the programme from the department, we still have a quorum, to suggest to the committee we invite Transmission Investment Limited to come up and talk about interconnection, and additionally seek a briefing from the Social Enterprise Co-Design Group in respect to the Social Enterprise Action Plan, and then maybe also bring forward the briefs from the ADS Group, which is Aerospace, Defence and Space, which the Chair met with informally previously, and indeed the Deluxe Group, if members content to do that.
Great.
Just see when you're looking through the figures of what Philip's got in his hand there, you're looking through in the regional balance, and regional balance has become kind of code for the Northwest or Derry, but whenever you look at that Coleraine and that Causeway Coast, the Glens is really low on all the figures, but yet we have no focus or very little focus there. Is there anything we could do? I'm just thinking aloud as I was reading the thing. Is there anything we could do as well? I don't mean to move away from. I mean that we don't neglect another area or another region of Northern Ireland that is regional balance.
Chair, we're getting a briefing from UEPC just before Easter on regional balance, so I don't think it'll just be Northwest. I think it'll be, and we can off the back of that plan something else, and hopefully the trip to Maze Cash will inform on the other week. Well, yeah, why not?
Yeah. I just wanted to flag, maybe members have, but if the department are still here, so the sub-regional economic plan that was launched with all its glitz and glamour committed to the creation of local economic partnerships and the division of the funding models by December 24. Out of the 45 million, I don't know if maybe I'm the only member that hasn't been told, but I haven't heard anything about how that funding has been allocated.
It was quite interesting to hear Stephen talking about that, because I was going to actually raise that as well. So there must be a formula that has been brought forth from the department to the local authorities, because he said, based on their disparities and the gaps, that they are going to benefit quite well from it. So we need a breakdown of just what the formula is and how it's been distributed.
Well, just to support that, and on David's point, it's a fair point. I think we need to look at how we can, whether it be through the Chamber of Commerce in Coleraine or something like that, to see how we can maybe hear that voice, because obviously the figures aren't good.
It's just when you see the figures, it's actually
the worst. It's only one with all red
on every across. Yeah, so it's one that I think, as a committee, it's not my
No, it's just a couple of so Coleraine campus there's the Coleraine Chamber of Commerce, there's the the Irish Society who are involved in a lot of that work, so there's a lot of important people that we could engage with, and maybe I think there's part of it in Philip's constituency.
It is just about. There's also an FE college building which I think is pretty new.
It's just opened. It's state of the art.
So we could write to Chamber of Commerce, ask them if they want to invite us up to brief or to brief the committee, and also writing to the department just seeking the breakdown of the local economic partnership funding,
the membership of those partnership boards.
Membership.
That was all to be done by December, but
okay.
I have a slight suspicion that it hasn't been done.
Is that agreed, Chairperson?
Yep.
Agreed. Also, sorry, Chairperson, we've an informal invitation from the Bavarian State Parliament Committee for Science and Arts, who want to meet informally to talk about university stuff on the 11th of February. So I'll email you if you could just hold a wee
What's
Bavarian.
Oh, Bavarian. Sorry.
Bavarian.
I thought you said barbarian. So we have to get to Bavaria on the...
Sadly, no, they're coming here.
Oh,
But I will email you, and if you'll sort of hold that and sort of come along. It's a bit like the
Email.
Chamber of Commerce thing that Member very kindly did before.
And then finally, just for me, so maybe people may have seen Dr. Jordan yesterday at the Queen's University event, one of the Minister's critical friends. So next week he launches his newest report on productivity, so it'll be worth keeping an eye out for that, and hopefully get a brief for the committee on that as well at some stage.
Okay, brief. Also, sorry, Chairperson, you can see in your packs there's a draft press release for the event next week when we're at NICVA. There's an event talking to local businesses if members are content to approve the draft press release.
Yes.
Marvellous.
Okay, if there's no other relevant business, members will now adjourn at this stage, and I'll see you all next week.
Oh, Gary.
So you don't think? Well, I have a meeting with a...
Committee Room 30, sound. 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 Committee Room 30, sound.